Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY?
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I don't actually know his real name.
Unfortunately, every time I make a call, it becomes content for them idiots.
Help! I've been tossed overboard.
I'll have to bill you extra for my time.
Welcome to the show. You look incredible, like a dessert that owns a yacht.
That's exactly the vibe I was going for. You know, sweet but slightly out of your tax bracket.
Mission accomplished. How does one even shop for a suit when your head is...
Gold on my neck, gold on my hand, purple with the stripes, that's the walk of a man. Sidewalk shining, city lights humming, every step I take, they know a boss is coming.
Police or zombie problems? Your tortoise won't stop breakdancing?
Try blue tape.
The miracle of our age. Yeah! Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
She on the timeline, typing like a toxin. Gossip in the coffee, lies in her pocket. He in a cheap suit, briefcase, cheap grin. Thinking bar exam means he gon' always win. They filed and fumble, every case crumble. Judge side eye, watching every word tumble. Perjury perfume, they wear it like cologne. Trying to burn a kingdom from a glass stone home. You get sued, then you lose, then you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress in. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued, then you lose, then you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend.
The cycle that you love gon' be your end.
He whisper, I'm the lawyer, like that's holy armor. But every filing reading like a bad soap opera. She pointing at the mirror saying, look, that's a monster. But the face look back and it sure look conscious. Mirror on the live stream claiming they the wounded. Timeline receipts, every lie time stamp zoomed in. You swing at a critic, think he just a guy online. Now your false words sitting in a sworn headline. Lose and you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress in. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued and you lose, then you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend.
The cycle that you love gon' be your end.
How many dockets? How many dots? How many wins end up as costs? How many victims you invent overnight? How many times can you lie on mic? You get sued and you lose and you do it again. Same script, same scam, you just repress in. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bite. But the record don't forget you, it's in black and white. You get sued and you lose and you do it again. Whole world taking notes every time you pretend. You toss mud, spread names, think the truth won't bend. Last page of your story say, this is the end.
What's up, folks? Welcome to a Tuesday edition of The Never-Ending Story. The Never-Ending Story. You remember that movie, The Never-Ending Story?
Oh, yeah. Of course. It's a part of my childhood.
Heck yeah. I watched that with the girls not too long ago. I feel like we we get caught in that in some of these stories. Again, I enjoy them. I do. But man, for the people involved, it is the never-ending story.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I once I thought that movie would be great to show my daughter when she was about the same age I was when I saw it. Yeah, I traumatized her. Yeah,
the horse thing. Oh my Lord.
I think it was is there a scene with like wolves? And I don't even remember now. It's been so long.
Yeah, those creepy.
It was the creepy wolves, and she had nightmares for like 2 weeks after that. And I learned my lesson. Like, 80s kids were built different.
Yeah. It is a creepy movie, but it is an awesome movie. I love that movie. But yeah, I mean, a lot of those quote unquote kids movies are pretty horrifying when you watch them again. They're awesome, but man, some of them are dark. I love it. I've been showing my youngest The Labyrinth, and she loves that movie.
Yeah.
God, I love that movie. David Bowie. I'm like, man, David.
I haven't seen that in ages.
I'm like, David, did you have to wear pants that were that freaking tight though?
Who's David Bowie? Of course he did.
Yeah, I was just like, my Lord, man, I mean, left nothing to the imagination there. Those little Muppets too, they'd be like bobbing around beside him at crotch level, and you'd be like, oh my God, that's hilarious. And the little Muppet getting a face full. You remind me of the what now? Oh my Lord. So today we had a bankruptcy hearing, and also today we will be talking about something, I guess it's been a couple of years in the making. I have not really talked about before, but the Antis decided to go and to pull an arrest record. They decided to pull one that, what year was that? It feels like forever ago, but like, it feels like a bad dream. But I believe the year is 2023. And it was my ex-wife. She was arrested for domestic violence, drove drunk with my children. And I'm not going to let them set the narrative. Through that, I can't believe they pulled that, because this stuff doesn't make me look bad at all. It actually, and it's a terrible story. It's a story of addiction is what it is. But they are not going to get to set that narrative. They don't get to at all. So I think I'll talk about that today, because it will make them look like absolute horrendous pieces of shit,
I was actually kind of hoping that one day they would do it, because I think it'll make you feel better to get it off your chest.
Well, it's a crazy story. Now, also through it, I do communicate with my ex. Again, when people start to sober up, she is the mother of my kids too. And we were together for a long time. So, with it, she's an addict, and she struggles. She can't be around the kids like that. She can't be around me, but she can't be around the kids. That's just that. And she knows that. So when I'm talking about this stuff tonight, I want you to understand this too. She does. These people have reached out and tried to contact her. Many times actually. They have hoped for ammunition and more, and it's so dumb. It's so dumb, because again, she doesn't really want anything to do with online. But I told her I was going to go over this, because these people, they don't get to tell my story. That's how it is. They don't get to tell mine. And it personally wasn't one I wanted to talk about, to be honest. But
Yeah.
if they damn well aren't going to be the one, and it'll make them look like pieces of absolute garbage. When they remember.
Well, to be fair, they don't need a whole lot of help doing
That's
that.
true too. In fact, they may be even worse than we thought. Well, not ruining anything, but there may be something really new that, wow, if that pans out, right, that will be interesting, will it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be really, again, being very vague about that. We still have some.
And I told you right before the show started that I was sending it to somebody. Well, that somebody already has another one.
Oh, wow.
There are actually 2.
Holy moly. We may have something really amazing for you on the tomorrow aspect.
Yeah, very soon. We'll get the records on all of that, and it's going to be wild.
No, it may reshape an entire narrative too.
Mm-hmm.
It might explain why they're so desperate to do what they're doing as well.
Yeah, I think it kind of does. Yeah, especially. I forgot to mention. So last night I was watching Shizzy, because Shizzy has the footage too, and he found things that we missed. And
that's why it's so good.
So good for more people to have more eyes on this stuff, because for whatever reason, if I'm reading the chat or something while it's playing and I miss something that's said, and it is a bombshell, it's an absolute bombshell, because what we missed was that Squat Pump there's a protective order against her from the neighbor. She's not allowed to go on his property. She's not allowed to go anywhere near him. So her returning a shirt to him by throwing it on his driveway, she's not allowed to do that. That would violate her protective order, the protective order he has against her. And why does he have a protective order against her? Well, according to his dad, to the neighbor's dad, she broke into his house. That's what Dad said in the video that I missed.
That is some wild stuff. So there may be another level to the story. And again, that doesn't mean any player is good in a story. They can all be terrible. They could all, but they
could all be trying to set each other up. Who knows?
Yeah, but they tried to set a narrative with something that, well, they spent a lot of time online. They made this story what it is. And in fact, there is a video which Megan played last night, and I watched So You Don't Have To put up, that shows that they did all of that because of drama. They were thrilled by it. It wasn't about showing something. It's what they do. They are drama mongers, and so be it. But don't deny it. Don't pretend you did it for some little kid or anything else. You're fucking drama mongers that found that they could make some real money.
Yeah, and she was thrilled by it, and she said, "I vow to give you nothing but drama."
Nothing but drama, baby. It's like,
wow. I mean, that's a pretty big promise there. And she got so, you could tell she felt high with 8,000 views. It just really, man, you could hear it in her voice. She was so excited by that 8,000 views. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's fun when something goes, viral or whatever. Mm-hmm. I've had the experience where that happens. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's terrifying.
Just depending on what it is.
Yeah. Sometimes it's terrifying. I've been on both ends of that spectrum. Yeah. But you can hear it in her voice that she's just blown away by it. She can't get enough of it. Yeah, and I think we know that's why she's doing it. Yeah. And that's why she's doing it.
Well, and again, they pretend we've noticed a large influx of people that used to be I'm not going to call out any specific names on this, but I've been noticing a lot of names that were just glued to them. I noticed them in a lot of chats. Jay's, for example, I noticed a lot of names that I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I noticed them in Megan's chat.
Yeah, we're getting some refugees.
Yeah.
By the way, refugees are always welcome. Yeah. Always welcome. As long as you guys behave yourselves in chat and are pleasant to people, the chat won't have a problem with it. And everybody's welcome to be here to listen. I encourage it. You really should be listening. If you're listening,
and ask questions,
please this channel. You should come over and see what we have to show as far as receipts for, debunking her ass, because that's what we do over here.
That's the one thing we try. Now, there are certain things we can't show receipts for, like if we talk about a bankruptcy hearing. I don't have a receipt for that. I'm not there. I wasn't there. But, first, so Hales put together a short, or was it a short, or is it a
members only?
Members only. It's a short members only. That's what it was, because it was like 10 minutes or so, which is good. You know, you'll get the breakdown of everything else, and there will be a lot more information than we managed to pack into that, you know, because I'm sure there's some nuance in there that I'm forgetting. So you should definitely check it out. And it helps out his channel too. I firmly believe he talked before. These people are going crazy because he's not been talking about them really. He said he would give you updates on things that are happening in court cases that, because they're firsthand accounts. You can't get them otherwise. So he said he would do that. But as far as other things, he's talked about rebuilding, and that's good. They need a rebuilding on the channel, to be honest.
Right.
They did, but these people are freaking out about it. They try to see conspiracy without anything. They say like, oh, well, he was hit with a cease and desist and he stopped. Really? Have you listened to Hales? Do you think a cease and desist would stop him from talking about the case?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be his choice. It wouldn't be their choice. So, but with the bankruptcy stuff, wow. So I think the biggest thing that's coming, and I did not think about this until thinking about dates. So if you remember the last bankruptcy documentation, they were asking for more days for discovery. They had requests for different items. They were saying essentially, hey, those requests out there, there's, that's going to take too much time. We need 20 days. Well, if they were given 20 days, what would end up happening is you would so she has a wonderful little thing coming up that, well, she's not going to get out of. She has a depot coming up. They wanted to run the dates right up to that so they wouldn't have time to go through the documentation. That's what it looks like. That's been their standard operating procedure anyway. Run the time out.
Mm-hmm.
But today it didn't go exactly like they wanted it to. They wanted 20 days. So again, they would run it up like you would essentially right before it. If they had 20 days, you would have the lawyer for Jeremy Hales. He would only have like a day to go over, prep everything, and then depose her. That would be absolutely ridiculous. Well,
right.
They in court said that they wanted 7 days, maybe 10 days max, but 20 days, that was not a legitimate ask. So
right.
They ended up getting what they wanted out of that. They ended up with a 10-day. So she has 10 days to turn over everything.
Which, of course, she's not going to do.
Well, that's the problem is they're locked into this bankruptcy now. They're not going to get out of it. So one of the things I found in one of the note taking portions with Tina, I'll call them the Tina transcripts where she took notes on some of those conversations. One of them was Lynette talking about how they tried to get out of bankruptcy and they couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's amazing. Like, we wanted to get out. So they're locked in. They're locked in for the ride. So if they don't turn anything over, well, it might be a little problem,
Well, I mean, when has she not caused problems, though?
Yeah, the problem is, though, with this, the question is who's she causing problems for?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, she'll be causing problems for herself, but when has she shied away from doing that?
Oh, that's true, too. I mean, she's definitely, she is definitely a self-sabotager, let's say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and this was her move. She wanted the filing too. She absolutely wanted it until she didn't. Hey, I want to show you something weird, by the way. So the kids, they brought in a bunch of cactus, right? And they put a couple where they where they don't normally go, right? And they forgot about them totally. They got a little bit of light, but these cactus have grown in the weirdest ways. I've had to put them out. They're still alive and they're functioning well now. But look at these. Look at like how this grew. Check this out. Look, it didn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's looped over itself. Look at that.
Oh,
That
that's
is,
really cool.
and then one of them looks like Little Shop of Horror. Look at this. It looks like some kind of monster.
It
Look
looks
at that.
exactly like Little Shop of Horrors. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Read me.
Made me
Now-
see more.
It's so beautiful. Look at that.
Oh, it's
That's
so cool.
It's so weird, and the camera doesn't pick it up well. But these are a light coloration. They look almost neon because they barely got light, but they ended up
That's
growing.
cool.
It got this weird about and barely any water. I was like, oh my God, because we try to take care of them all. Usually we'll lose something, a plant or two, but never any cactus. They can live through anything almost. That's why I like them. But these were just forgotten, and they have turned into, look at that one. Look, it grew and looped around this other one. I've never seen them grow like that. Like there's no
That is
directional.
so cool.
Yeah, I love them. I love these two. They're
It's
bizarre.
a really neat little cactus.
I know that was totally out of the blue, but I had
I
to tell
love
you
it.
that.
I love it. It's really cool.
So she will be having her deposition. So the stuff that's due, I remember this very well because everything's supposed to come in on the 15th, and I'm like, that's not your day, Lynette. That's my day.
Well, look at it this way. You'll have lots of content for you.
Exactly. That day will be fun to talk about, with that.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. So she has that. And then I believe, what was it? The 27th was the depot, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the 27th.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
see,
correct.
that's what they, I didn't think about this though, because what they wanted to do was they wanted to be able to turn over everything on the 25th. So you'd have a lawyer that would be able to look at it. It would probably be last minute on the 25th. So they would have the 26th. That would be it, that they would have to look at it, and they would depose her the next day.
Yeah, sounds like something she would try to pull.
Yeah. I agree though. They're probably going to turn over next to nothing. I'm sure, but that's a big no-no. There's also another thing that is supposed to happen, and I hope that they bring law enforcement with them if they do this. Well, they are going to do it, but I hope they do when they do it. They're supposed to have somebody come out and look at the property.
That should be pretty interesting, but I want to just put out a word of advice to anyone going out there to do any assessment of the property.
Yeah.
Take law enforcement with you.
You do not.
I wonder if these people know what kind of danger that they're in going out there.
They don't, actually. I hope I have I think that they will tell them. I think Hales and his lawyers, I think they would definitely let someone know, because he's talked about before with lawyers that got him on this case, that he wanted to let them know about the dangers that they're facing. But
Yeah, I mean, these people say they're gonna, basically end anybody on site that comes near their gate. Like, how is this property assessor even going to get onto the property?
and when they're behind the fence, I hope they're recording every single thing too. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I hope they show up unannounced as well.
Well, apparently they're going to have to take a bunch of pictures and probably video. Like, that's what they're there for, to assess the property and what it is now versus what it was before, because they have to put a value on it.
What'd be interesting is I want the property assessor to tell us about the wonderful fence and what a great fence it is and how it added so much property value.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
When I said that, my pet snake that said it, I've got an aquarium like right across from me, right? When I said that, the snake, I don't know what happened with it, but he stood up because he's rolling around. He just ate. He always gets like this. But he stood up and looked at me like, "What are you talking about, idiot? There's no property value." Oh my God, no. I mean, I would really love to hear, since we've heard about how, certain quote unquote creditors have been added, because they added value to the property, with that amazing fence. Yeah.
I don't think that there's been property value added to the property.
What are you talking about, Megan?
That janky, moldy fence that's already broken and has holes in it and doesn't close and doesn't have a latch and only is on one side and isn't a privacy fence in any way. Oh, and has the sharp tin things on the top and then some plastic bags and shit. It looks like the Hollywood hillbillies or Beverly Hills hillbillies live there. No.
That rope alone adds value.
Oh God. Absolutely not.
Here's their document again. We don't need a bunch of stuff with it. We just need the front page with it. This is what they had put in, by the way. It kills me that in everything they do, they don't wait till the last minute. They wait until the 30th was when everything was due. As it says here, well, they put in their motion on the 30th. I am sure that the person that is, making decisions over this, I'm sure that judge is probably not thrilled about things like this. They only have so much tolerance, Don't waste it on things like this. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
But, yeah, see, they had served them with interrogatories and a request for production. And they were supposed to turn everything over, like it said, on the 30th. They were like, hey, give us 20 days. Again, like we said, that 20 days, interestingly, would have ran them up right to the depot, which actually, to be honest, was a good plan. If they could have pulled that off, that would have been a good plan. It would have. I mean, Randy, he knows this case, but still, there could be, God knows what's buried in those things. And they haven't turned over, I'm not sure what all was. It tells you like some of the things that are noted. They said, among other things, they wanted to know about the debtor's homestead claim, their financial records, prior residence, and property related activities. What is that, by the way? Does that mean like dueling banjos or what? Burning garbage? What is that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Burning garbage sounds like the name of a punk band.
It does, actually. You did have, remember the band Garbage? I'm only happy when it rains. That song? I'm only happy when it rains.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter found that CD. When she found all the CDs,
it's a great song.
Found it, and she was like, "Garbage." I was like, "Yeah, you should listen to that." Actually, that whole album, that first one is good. That's a good album. So I was like, "Let's listen to the whole album." You'll at first you'll be like, "That's really poppy," and then you'll be like, "That's actually awesome." It has some weird songs in it, like when you start listening to the. To some of them, like there's one talking about how her lover's charms are in a box underneath her bed. I was like, wait a minute, what? What the what now? Your lover's what's in the box under the bed?
What's in the box?
Yeah, exactly. You get you channel that 7. Oh, Lord. But yeah, they wanted, again, they said, hey, we need even more time to put this together.
Why did they need more time?
Yeah, they had a month. And, on top of it, they should already have all of this stuff together from other cases. They should have everything. But like with the property stuff, she should have together for the bankruptcy anyway. Like her financial records, those should already be there. If they're not, they're really easy to pull. Her problem though is if she's saying the same things to the court that she says to us, I only have 2 accounts I've ever used.
Yeah.
It's like, no, when they went to PayPal, for example, when they were asking about everything, did you see the list that they were subpoenaing? So you had
No.
these subpoenas come in. All right. I liked the subpoena. I thought they were interesting, because they, all right. So for requests for, let me make sure that's the edited one. Yeah, check this out. This was for documents for production. They said, all documents evidencing accounts titled either jointly or individually. So again, when they were talking about, by the way the accounts are structured, what they're requesting is interesting too. Like when you start going through, actually it's on the other page. When they go through it, it's not just accounts that she is named on. If she has a card for it or anything, they want to know about everything. That's what they're asking
Right.
for.
And she keeps leaving stuff off.
Oh, yeah. What's up with memes mogwise, by the way? I've never even heard that one.
With what?
The number B or letter B.
Oh.
Letter B, number B.
Yeah, no, I've never seen that one
Oh my
either.
God.
Memes mogwise. Wait, Mimi's. She says it Mimi's, so it must be Mimi's mogwise.
Mimi's mogwise. Oh, I thought it was memes.
Well, it is memes, but she pronounces it Mimi's.
Yeah, actually, that sounds better, to be honest. It sounds like somebody owns some mogwai. I saw a YouTube short talking about math in North Korea, and it was talking about. So Megan, this is an easy math question, right? What is 1 plus 1? No, it's 1 plus 1. What is 1 plus 1?
Is this a trick question? It's
no.
2.
Okay. Well, in North Korea, apparently the ruler there said, no, he discovered something. He discovered that when you take one, like a drop of water, and you add it to another drop of water, you get a bigger drop of water. So 1 plus 1 equals bigger 1.
Equals 1 plus.
Bigger 1. That's what.
Bigger 1.
Yeah, there was a lady talking about like some of the North Korean math stuff. I was like, I like that. I'm going to start telling, not my kids, but I'm going to tell everybody else. I'm going to be like, yeah, bigger 1. He was like, that proves that these capitalist pigs are lying.
Yeah, that does. Look, if someone is going to denounce math, I'm all for it. Maybe I'm on the side of the North Koreans.
You're like, heck yeah. That's one thing I can get behind. Bigger 1.
I can definitely get behind denouncing math.
That's how.
I like how you had to start that out by saying, no, this is an easy one. You can get
Yeah. Well, I also was like, you were like, is this going to be a trick play? Are you trying to math shame me?
Don't you math shame me.
I like that. Actually, that's some math that too I could get behind. What's 1 chicken skin plus 1 chicken? Bigger chicken skin. That's. I didn't eat 2. I just ate bigger chicken skin. Oh my Lord! But yeah, they were like, okay, here's the ones that they went over with, like some Lynette ones. They went over. It's a shell of a day. See, I thought that was good. I was like, hey, that's a pretty good address or name or whatever, right? It's a shell of a day.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I wondered when it was created too. Is that a playoff of Jeremy Hales? Like, what the hales? It's a shell of a day. Maybe. I wondered. I'm curious. So some Preston stuff, but also it's a shell thing. Now they sent these out, including PayPal. PayPal was one of the places they were asking for accounts with. And give me a second. Let me see. Let me find the other. These are interesting. Because they've been asked, they ask for a lot of stuff. And if they're not going to turn it over, usually when they start asking questions, they might know something,
Kentucky Amy says 1 hot plate plus 1 hot plate equals bigger hot plate.
That's right. Hotter hot plate.
Hotter hot plate. I do enjoy hot plate math. It's the only math I've been able to do consistently.
You like that? I didn't like regular mathematics when I got to college, though. I found I like statistics because statistics it's a different form of math. You're using like when you get into statistical equations and you're dealing with human beings, it's kind of like this. If you build 100 airplanes, you want none of them falling out of the sky. You want to get as close to like no error, with
Right.
humans, you have a lot of error. 5% error, yeah, that's fine. You know, so I kind of like
Yeah.
that. I was like, that plus or minus 5, heck, man. Some studies are like plus or minus 15. You're like, wow, that's crazy. You know, with the plane, if I were like, well, 15 are going to fall out of the air, you'd be like, holy crap.
That's not a good statistic.
Yeah. But like, well, you know, 15% of people, you know, they might have a problem with, well, who cares? That's just, anyway. So here, if you look at the rules on this too, what they were noting with documents, they wanted her where she's the debtor is a signatory or a user in any way. So a user, period, or authorized rep. So if she's got any connection right there, you know, I mean, again, you can see how the rules play on this. What they're trying to figure out is what's going on with it's a shell thing, you know? That's what all of this is. Because they're trying to figure out with the 501c3, she's got all of this stuff she's not claiming. But if they did what I'm imagining they did, I'm imagining they put everything in one account because she said she made a mess out of everything, right? So I just don't see them being wise enough before to have its own bank account and stuff. They've probably been intermingling funds and everything. That's a real problem for them, you know, especially with her not, I mean, all that jewelry, all that other stuff. So, of course, they want more time. Oh, what a mess, man. This is going to be this. We don't know for certain it will be a disaster, but it looks like a disaster.
I think it's going to be a disaster.
When you have people coming out to survey your land and to look at stuff, that's really not good. You know, you're in a bad place there, honestly. And remember, all of the stuff that, okay, she's writing off about, we're going to say 10 grand worth of stuff at most, right? That's her actual debt. That is manageable, you know? I mean, compared to losing everything like your property and more. Oh, what a mess. And, you know, she probably, if she wouldn't have looped all these other people in with her grand conspiracy for idea, if she wanted to write off 10 grand, she would have gotten away with that. She wouldn't have lost anything because the courts would have never looked at her land or anything else. But when she added in these people that, you know, she called PDF files and signs, and well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Did you notice too that 2L in the gang, did you notice they are now part of the filing too?
They are?
Oh yeah. They were added.
Oh no,
So
I didn't. I haven't read these. I don't know.
Oh, they added so the new one, it's not exciting, let's just say, but you'll notice like on this will be page 2. Okay. On page 2, you'll notice Brucey Bruce is right there as a creditor. Okay. So he has been added for sure. And on page 3, I gotta pull it, give me a second. You have 2L added. Or I'm sorry, that would be page 4. So it was page 3 and 4. I said 2. Give me a second. Yeah, if you scroll to page 4 and you start looking at creditors, they actually had the audacity to put, look, there's 2L.
Wow.
These mofos actually did that. Well, that's some deceptive shit.
Isn't she saying that she's not really a creditor and it's still just a possibility?
Well, she played with that, but the last time she talked about it, she told these people that, you know, her people over there, she told them that the reason she's listed is because, again, the fence, it added value. Now, again, this money that she's, anything that she's done, rather, all of that comes nowhere close to the amount of money that she had for Preston. In fact, she keeps saying that she still has money for Preston. That's what she told the people that, you know, listen, okay, well, they're not declaring that money, you know? So she's saying publicly that they have, I think at one time they said something about 17 grand, but she hasn't given a number to it recently, but still saying that she has money for some of these projects to fulfill them. They haven't declared jack shit on that. They are playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how it works out. Although I'm losing faith in all of this, all of these courts to do anything about bad actors.
I think the bankruptcy thing is where, see, they're motivated. It's the motivation I look at. Okay, the other courts are not motivated by payday, but as part of this, the lawyers that come in, the trustees and stuff, they for specific things, they get paid, and finding assets and, being able to recover assets. Well, that's where they get paid. They get paid for quite a bit, and they get paid 40%. So other courts, they don't have any reason to give you justice. I realize they're supposed to, but come on, man. It's just a bunch of ego-filled temper tantrums most of the time in the courtroom. Here, though, you have a direct financial incentive to do it. And I don't think their little game, again, they're starting to look at it's a shell thing. And I think that $100,000 plus,
it's a shell game.
Yeah, it's a shell game, exactly. It's a shell co. Okay. Oh my Lord. Hey, can you hold this for 1 second? I'm going to go into the other side in a minute, but I want to make sure I don't want to raid her during it. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. All right, chat, buckle in because it's about to get, sad, but also interesting. And if these people, 2L and the gang, have any bit of humanity, they might feel a little bit sorry for what they've done after hearing what Tug's been through and what his kids have been through over the last, it's been a while. So, yeah, buckle in. I'm looking at the chat. How you guys doing? Oh, just Jay Hip is in the chat? Oh, no. What's he doing here? Jay. Jay, you gave me very bad legal advice. I went to turn myself in and take that plea deal that you told me I should take. And when I got there, the government said they had no idea who I was or what I was doing there. So
you went where?
To turn myself in, yeah.
For
my prison time.
Wait, really?
The government that Felisa said knows that I'm a problem and I've done all this theft and stuff. Mm-hmm. They had no idea who I was or why I was there. I was ready to serve my time. I had my prison tats ready to go. And they had no idea who I was, and they told me to get lost. This is all just Jay Hip's fault. He told me to go down there and take the deal.
Man, so you were willing to wheel and deal, and they were like, yeah, we got you a deal, leave.
We don't know who you are. We don't know what this is about. Please go away. Man.
You were like, but I've committed internet crime.
but Felisa Fleabag says I've committed crimes.
Yes, you're like, my crime, I went over I went over documentation and body cam footage that the police gave me.
I committed the heinous crime of showing public records online.
What monster. What a monster. Oh, God, I can't believe you didn't go to prison. That's what I know. I actually had the tonight set up. I was going to host solo, because I thought Megalodonus is gone.
I know. I thought I was going to be going through my prison orientation right about now.
Yeah. I mean, man. Well, I guess that's good news, but who would have thought that 2L lies? Who would have thought that?
I know. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, no, it's stunning. Today, also, to note, I am not reviewing this today. This will be one I review. The other ones I did not review because they became moot too fast. But Paint Chips also filed a reply to Fed 2. So I definitely will read that, but not tonight. That is not a tonight subject.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, what a title though. You know, his title for his document is Defendant Richard A. Luthman Jr.'s opposition to plaintiff's motion to turn the court into a quote unquote fast food stand, unquote.
Oh God.
That's the name of it.
When is the court going to get sick of this crap? It's like they just don't care. You can just behave this way. I mean,
yeah.
Why do attorneys behave professionally then if you can just do this and waste everyone's time? I don't get it.
I have no idea. I just what message does it also send to other people that go into this specific courtroom?
It's awful.
I mean, well, how can you? Okay, if I had something that came up and they were like, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to make you pay for blah blah blah." They're like, "What about this guy did? You let him go.
Yeah,
Why
right.
are you doing to me?"
Yeah, what about this guy? Like, doesn't it bring up a whole bunch of appeal issues to be like, well, now you can't sanction anybody for anything because you didn't do shit about this guy?
That's what I would think. I mean, when a dude's like animal effort and you're like, nope. And then he does it again. You're like, oh, I told you, nope. I mean, there's going to be, I swear there's codes.
Now, Richard, we've asked you not to do that.
I mean,
it's just stupid.
Well, it's not surprising. Not at all. So the other night, getting on a, serious enough subject here for sure. You know, the other night, 2L and the gang decided that they would pull up records, which you were allowed to. The problem is that their narratives are shit when they put them together. And they pulled up an arrest record. Again, I believe it's from 2023. The reason I can't remember is because there's a space of time that all blurs together. My ex, her father was an addict and a half. I mean, he had some real problems, and it definitely, I don't know what you believe on there, but I believe even if you don't believe that things are hereditary, you see that around you, and it does. It rubs off on you, definitely. So around 2019, she started having some drinking problems. They were popping up. She would mention that it was a problem sometimes, but would not go to rehab. She didn't admit that she had like a lot of people, she wouldn't admit that she had a real problem. Well, what found out was she had weight loss surgery. Where they do the, what do they call that? The band, I think it is.
Yeah, the bariatric.
Yeah. Okay, after
band.
she had that, when she drinks, even large amounts of alcohol, number one, small amounts of alcohol would hit, but large amounts of alcohol hit hard, and they come out of your system so fast that you barely suffer for it. So bad combination. And yeah, so, it's a very bad combination there. And she was a very violent drunk, like a very, very violent drunk. Now, I have two kids, so in courts do not favor fathers. That is just the reality of courts. So from 2022 to 2023, I was gathering evidence, and what I needed to happen was, she wasn't going to admit. It took her from her arrest to really 2 years to truly say, hey, I am out of control. I'm an alcoholic, a raging, violent alcoholic, and I need to get help. Real help. She'd been to rehab and stuff by then, but she had to admit that. So I fought her in court for a while, even with recordings of violence, with my children testifying to moments of things happening that were just awful. It didn't matter. It really didn't. I got the kids in my home, but the stuff that the courts did to us was fucking horrible. It was. It's unbelievable. They treated us like we were the problem, even though the other party had been arrested. Again, we have kids, little kids testifying to seeing violence and blood, and I'm just terrible shit. But the day of the arrest that they note there had been so many issues.
To clarify, seeing violence and blood, it was not you.
No, it's not me. I'm the victim in this situation. I am the victim. My kids were victim. I had a protective order. Okay. I had a protective order. My kids had protective orders.
The blood was yours, but it
yes,
wasn't
my
you.
blood. Yes.
Yeah,
I
your
never,
blood.
you know, the cops would have put me in prison just like that if there would have even been the inkling of it. But I recorded quite a bit, you know. So this incident that I'm talking about with the arrest, there was a recorded record of the arrest day. And she doesn't dispute it anymore, you know. Like it's part of rehab. And again, when I bring this up, I'm not trying to be like, look at that monster over there. That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, she's out, she's working on her stuff. She agreed at the end of it. I was in court for 2 years, but she agreed at the end of it that she has a real problem, and that she can't be around the kids. Not like that. She has the ability to talk to them. She can visit, do things like that. I don't cut that off, but you know, she agrees that she's still having drinking problems, and it's very bad. So anyway, the day that all of this pops off, she went out to go get produce of some sort. I don't remember exactly what, you know, it was like corn, some other stuff, but it was a Sunday. I believe it was a Sunday. It was a weekend. I don't remember. I think it was a Sunday. It's been years, okay? But it still sticks with me quite a bit. But she had gone out. She had not drank for a little bit. You know, it hasn't been very long. But when she left, she had the little one with her, okay? And one of the things that she was not doing is taking the kids out and getting drunk while they were out. This day was different, though. So I fell asleep. When I woke up, she had not returned home. I thought, man, that's bizarre and not good. You know, it's not a good sign either. So I called and called and called. And I went outside. It was in like where you planting time. So while I was out to keep my mind busy, I planted some cactus and whatnot. But when I started the back of my house. When I got around the front of my house, I noticed her vehicle coming down the road. And I could tell right away that she was intoxicated. I could see it on the vehicle. Okay. So she does manage to get into my driveway. When she pulls up, I open the door automatically, and she is just slammed to the point she can't formulate sentences or nothing. I mean, she's that drunk. Well, my daughter is in the back seat, my youngest daughter.
Mm-mm.
And give me a minute.
That is so scary. That is just so scary. I can't even imagine.
Well, it haunts me a little bit. It's not the deed. Like, it makes me emotional a little bit because... Give me a minute.
You know,
fuck these fat bitches for bringing this up, because this right here, this could have killed my little kid, and it haunts me. All of it. There were 3 incidents that happened during this time that haunt me. And it's not the incidents and stuff that happens to me, but the things that happen around my kids. And I knew that if I left, I could have left at any time, but I couldn't leave with my kids. Because if I left with them, the state would say I kidnapped my children.
They still tried to give your children to her after this.
So after this arrest day, actually the DA, I'll tell you about the DA after it, okay? We'll power through in a linear way, okay?
Right, sorry.
So the first thing it's good. Actually, you're noting. So she has a car that has automatic start, right? You know, you can just push the thing as long as the key's around, you know?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to put it in. So I grabbed her keys and I grabbed her purse, and you know, that was the first thing I did. I threw them in the yard. That way she can't start the car, because I need to get my daughter out of the seat, and I can't have her starting the car while she's in there.
Yeah.
All right. So I get my kid out, and this has become such a problem with drinking that I already had a method. I could get the kids out of the house within 10 minutes, and that's with another person. I could call my mom and my stepfather, and that would they'd come pick the kids up. So right away, I'm starting in on that. Now, she is so drunk. I'm going to leave in a couple of little off. Let's just say she's very intoxicated. She has no control of her body, her words, nothing. Well, she gets in. She plops in the, when you walk into my house, you have like a little foyer area. And you can go, like, if I'm facing the door, well, if I'm walking in from the outside, I guess I'll go that way. If you walk in, you turn right, there's a living room there, there's a big couch. So she walks in, stumbles, plops out. Now, I already have one little kid that's in there, and my oldest comes down, and I'm like, stay out of this, get away, get away. And we're calling your grandma, we're calling Gigi. So I call her, and I'm like, you got to come get the kids right now. Well, she stays out for about 2 or 3 minutes, but the noise wakes her up. She, during that, she got a hold of her purse, not her keys, because I grabbed the keys, but she got a hold of her purse. And she got a cigarette and a lighter, and she starts lighting, she's trying to smoke in that. But I was like, man, you're going to burn something down. You're going to burn the fucking house down. Well, she starts talking about how she's going to burn the house down. She starts trying to set paper and shit on fire. So I'm like, I got to get the cigarette, and I got to get that lighter. She's going to set my fucking house on fire. It's terrible, terrible situation. Well, in that, and again, all of this gets documented. So, again, the police see all of this too. But during that, I end up with a cigarette burn under my arm. I end up with a cigarette put out on my back. And I talk every now and then, I talk about like I have leg problem, like my legs, I have venular insufficiency. If I walk too much, my legs they pull blood. That's because of some of this. It's where my legs on the interior would get kicked, bam, with heavy boots and stuff like that. But I called grandma, and throughout all of this, I just basically, for recording sake, to make sure that I don't get put in jail because of something I do, I took her bag, I threw her bag outside where she could not get it. I threw her keys outside, and until grandma got there, because I'm going to end up calling the cops. But like I said, I need to make sure the kids are going to be safe first. Who knows how long the cops are going to get? They were fast that day, by the way, but sometimes they are not. I end up standing in the doorway. I know there's not a knife or anything that she's going to be able to hurt me with there, but I turn my back and I record over my, over my shoulder or over my back that way. So I cannot be blamed for anything that happens. And I, by the end of it, I have cuts across my face. I have them across my side. When the police get there, my shirt's ripped to shit. I have cigarette burns on me. But my mom gets there. She gets the kids. I tell her just to grab the kids and go. And that's it. Okay. Just get them, go. Don't say anything. Don't do it. Just leave. Leave now, because I'm going to call the cops. So I end up calling the cops. She decides when she knows I called the cops, she decides she's going to leave. She's like, I'm taking off. She wants her keys at first. I will not let her have the keys. That's one of the things that she got so violent about, because she thought I had the keys on me. And, I'm not going to let her go and kill somebody else's kids either, or herself, But when the police get there, they pick her up walking. She had made it out of her driveway down a little. They pick her up. She's so aggressive at the moment. She's trying to kick their fucking windows out. In fact, the police officer, one of the officers was like, he was the first guy on. He needed to go to the bathroom after a minute. He's like, can I go down the woods right here? And you could see a clear shot. He's like, can I go to the woods and pee? And it's like, dude, you can come in the house and pee. I've got a bathroom, And he's like, well, I'm afraid that she's going to kick my window out.
Oh no!
I can't keep her underground. But another cop gets there and he does use my bathroom. But he was worried about this window getting kicked out. And he was afraid that he'd have to just go there and pee, which is so absurd.
That's funny.
Yeah. So actually, 2 officers come up there and they're great, And this is why I have to record. By the way, if you're like, oh man, why would you do it? Well, first of all, like I said, I have to make sure my kids are safe. And in the moment, addicts can't recognize how dangerous they are a lot of times. You know, the wonderful thing about alcohol is when you get blackout drunk, you don't remember anything. So this horrible shit, everything you do, you don't remember anything, you know? You don't remember the consequences. You don't remember anything. And
I would think that would be really scary. I've never been that drunk where I don't remember what happened or blacked out. I've never experienced that. Thank God, because you know, just being drunk is bad enough. I don't like being drunk, but that I think would be really scary. I think I'd never want to drink again.
She would be okay. So there was a time. Now, like I said, there's about an 8-month span that had some violent stuff. My kids, they talked about it again. She was very angry when we went to, of course, we'd been married a long time and she couldn't admit to what she was. So she's very angry and she fought. I spent a lot of money. I don't even want to admit how much money I ended up having to spend, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it bought my kids 2 years. She finally woke up to the fact, hey, this is what I've become and who I am. And, you know, I'm dangerous. So, but there was an incident during, we'd gone on, I hate to call them vacations. I would just essentially get an Airbnb in Nashville, you know, it's not much of it, but you know, it's something to change scenery and everything, you know, but we had gone to one and there were incidents like my kids, my daughter talked about this. We should get drunk again. She'd just get violent and there no instigation, no nothing. Nobody had to be around. It was just, you know, blackout drunk, violent. And if the kids, you know, I'd have to keep them away. There were incidents with the kids, nothing with physical, but they could have been bad again. And it takes a long time to realize that could be you. But anyway, there was an incident where I always took a computer so I could film. So, you know, like this, I've taken computers and, you know, go to a place, film or whatever. Well, when I do, you know, the kids were already in bed. I had told them actually let my oldest daughter lock the door at that time because things were crazy. I mean, they would get crazy sometimes, but I went to lock the door while I was recording. Now I didn't realize that this door, when I shut it, it didn't latch into place. Right. So, well, I went, I'd set my, this place had a closet that had a makeup mirror inside of it. You know, it was set up. I set my stuff up there. You know, I had a little stool that I could sit on. So I put my headphones on. Like you'll notice I can't hear sometimes when the kids, they can't. If a person wants to be quiet, they can. I can hear the youngest because she bumps her butt on the stairs. So that's why I can hear her. But in a regular house, you can't hear. That's why I lock the door because I can't hear anything. Well, I'd set up and you know how you get that feeling like somebody's behind you or whatever, right before something happened. I thought I saw motion and I caught a little bit of it probably in the mirror, but all of a sudden I had impact just, and it, whatever it was, I didn't know at the time what it was, but whatever it was hit me so hard in the head that it knocked me off the freaking stool. And man, I mean, I thought I was going to die. You know, it changed my vision and everything else. I found out it was a alcohol bottle. I got hit in the back of the head with a fucking alcohol bottle. And yeah, I couldn't think lucidly anymore. So apparently what I did, I can't remember that day very well. I can remember pieces of it. But my daughter, my oldest, remembers it. She remembers me stumbling into that room, telling her to lock the door. I had blood on my head and my arm, and I passed out. That's the way she was like. Then I went to sleep. So I guess I, you know, passed out from it. But there were days like that. But I knew that's not enough. That an incident like that in the court system is not enough for me. I have to have more. And I had so much when I went into the courts, and it didn't matter. None of it
still didn't matter. This was the most infuriating part.
Yeah,
it
so
just
when
didn't even matter. And I don't know if any of you are noticing from this story, but maybe it puts another perspective on Tug's coverage of the Johnny Depp case.
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't get into false allegations because of what I was with, but I felt like I was living a parallel life with some of it. You know what I mean? But anyway,
well, it sure does explain though how you were able to easily see through an abuser's lies and
well, you know, it took a while. Like I said,
explanations.
It took a couple of years, you know, but I think it's really like Heard. Heard was an alcoholic too. I always like I would note
a bad one. Yeah.
So how many incidents? You know, it's easy to deny an incident if you don't remember the incident. You know, it's very easy. You can convince yourself you're not that person. But after the arrest, so going back to the arrest day, after the arrest, you know, the DA doesn't bring me in to talk about something, but after the arrest, they you know, she'd gotten a lawyer. The DA is there. They're supposed to be my advocate. The DA, you know, in there. Okay, so the police also fuck up during this time, and it causes me a lot of problems. In that time, they put in the police report. It mentions that she was driving drunk with the child. They did not call CPS or anything like that. So once they didn't do it, they messed up. The court systems don't care. So I couldn't say, hey, you know, this is a danger to my kids.
Keep in mind, they didn't call CPS then, but they call CPS when weirdos call in false accusations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they take her to court.
You don't hate the government enough.
And we homeschool our kids, you know, and I'd taken over a lot of the homeschool because of the stuff that was going on, you know. Now she, like I said, I want to make this clear too. Without the alcohol, you're talking about the nicest person ever. But with the alcohol, holy God, you know, it is, you become a monster. That's why with the stuff with Cook, I have no tolerance for people like that because, you know, you've got to, I can believe some of those stories. I don't believe Lynette Preston on a lot of things, but that's alcohol. Oh yeah, I could see it. But anyway, so we go, or they go to court. I'm not invited, by the way. I'm the victim, but I'm still not invited to the court thing at all. And her lawyer says, well, it inconveniences her and the kids because she's a stay-at-home mom and she homeschools. So the DA actually says that their suggestion is that I, the victim, leave the house, leave my kids there, despite the driving with it, and let her move in and I go somewhere else because it would be an inconvenience. And I was like, the fuck you say? And, you know, I went ballistic after I heard about this. I went absolutely ballistic.
It's insane.
Yeah. And what was crazy, again, I'm watching a person become who they aren't, you know. And again, that ain't excusing any of this stuff. I don't talk about this shit. There is no fucking clout in me talking about this. Nobody gives a fuck about a dude that goes through these things. It doesn't. In fact, people will mock you. When she got arrested, you know what people said? They said, well, fuck, why would you kick a person out? Why can't you be a man? And I'm like, motherfucker, you obviously didn't read the arrest report because I have 2 little kids. You know, that's the problem. I have 2 little kids.
You can't let an out of control, violent person be around your kids, period.
So she went to rehab, but she was angry. You know, she's not at the point where she can admit that she's out of control like she is. So she went to rehab as part of that because the courts, you know, they didn't make her go, but she knew it'd be better if she went, right?
Yeah.
You know what? By the way, she's charged with domestic violence. I have a report. Like, again, you all can find it. You can find the arrest thing with it, but it mentions burns, cigarettes, and stuff. That's a misdemeanor. That shit's that's not a felony. Yeah, that's a misdemeanor.
That's
a misdemeanor. You know what? Yeah, that's a misdemeanor. So you know what a misdemeanor equals?
What would it have to be a felony?
With everything that put together, they didn't care. They absolutely didn't care. You know what that equaled? It equaled 6 hours of anger management. That's what it was.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
What a joke.
So, you know, that's not a wake up. The problem is that a person that's out of control, that's not a wake up call for them, you know? And again, I talked to her before this. I told her, look, these people have read your stuff and they're going to come up with some crazy fucked up narrative, you know? They're going to they've already tried to contact her and stuff. And she's like, no, just talk about it all, because it's bad. And now, we spent, I'm going to say again, it's all a blur. Like everything's a blur. We finished, we finally, so with the courts, the lawyers work off of your anger and your animosity, right? And she was very angry with that. And I mean, understandably, she was looking at potentially losing her kids and everything else. She didn't want it, but she didn't want to admit that her problem was as bad as it was. So during that, there is I forget what the rule is. They never use it in here, but the judge, I hate judges. I fucking hate judges. The judge that was over my case, I'm a victim. Like I said, my kids are, he's talked to them and heard stories about the blood on my, all of this. Well, there was a hearing that if something is disputed, like if I have the kids and it's disputed, like I could be a danger to them or something, then you have to have some kind of rule. I can't remember. I have to look it up. But it's only supposed to be if I'm a danger, right? So there should be no way that this would apply in this case. He's like, oh, yeah, we're going to have this evaluation. So what happens is I have to pay for an expert.
This was so maddening.
I have to pay for an expert.
Now, my audience who's here knows that I did lots of reporting on this exact thing. Mm-hmm. They made him go through they appointed these experts, psychologists, court appointed.
I was not allowed.
It's a racket. How much did they want for this?
They locked the price at, not including what comes to the court and stuff, $15,000 for the base price, plus all the court and stuff. So you're talking by the time, now they never get a chance to go to court. So they locked me in at about $20,000 is what they end up. They never get a chance to do.
Just to discover what is very clear in the first
No.
place.
What they were going to testify. No. They were her witnesses. They weren't mine. They weren't neutral appointed. It's her witness. So they let her bring in this person that her lawyer, this is what woke her up to the problem, by the way. They wanted to go to the point that they were going to testify that I was a danger to the kids. How? Who knows? But what they wanted to do,
we're just going to make it up.
They gave psych. Yes. So I had to give away, the judge forced me to give away the ability to record what they do in any way, shape, or form. That's video.
Right. That was my favorite part. You're like, okay, I'll do it, but I'm going to record it. Nope, you can't.
No, can't. Oh, well, my security cams did anyway. Fuck you say, because they didn't in my house. But they came into my house, so I got to read some of their stuff and how they did it. All right, they gave me psych evals, which I know how they work. I've done this all myself. I've been there. I know what the battery is for. So, they go through these battery questions, and I know what's there. They went over the video. They said the videos, that's just, they're gaslighting. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, there were videos of her like drunk out of her mind doing violent, crazy shit. And my response is like, I would stand in front of a door so I would not let her get near the kids or something. I would turn my back and have my back beaten on. That was me gaslighting. That's gaslighting. So anyway, what their plan was, and again, this is when she actually, to her credit, when they planned this, she's got a protective order against her. There's also a protective order against her with the kids. Okay. We all have protective orders. We are locked in. Their plan was to try to take the kids from me with this bullshit there. But the problem was my oldest had talked about a bunch of stuff that had gone on, and they could not give her my oldest kid. So what these people planned on doing was putting my oldest kid, who is a victim in this, into the system.
Oh my God.
That's what these expert witnesses were going to do. Yes. So she called me, even though I could have put her in jail for this. She reached out and said, look, this is what they're going to try to do tomorrow. And I was like, well, they're not going to fucking
against her. This is unbelievable. Against her wishes.
Against her wishes. Yes. They're going to do it anyway. This is the
crazy part.
Yeah.
She didn't want that.
And I saw it in black and white.
These were supposed to be her lawyers working on her behalf. And they were trying to put her child in the system.
So when you hear my oldest child come down, imagine that little girl right there. She had been through and seen all of this stuff and everything else. And her reward for talking about it to a judge is the judge putting her in a position and adults exploiting this to their benefit to potentially put her in the system.
Disgusting.
Yeah. And she, like I said, their mom, she called me and she told me, look, this is what they're doing.
Honestly, God bless her for that.
Yeah. She took a big chance, and she went through. And look, like I said, I'm making this very clear. It was an awful time. And I don't know how to process it, I don't, because I had to live it in silence. I pick up a mic every day and I talk about all kinds of stuff, but I could never tell anybody what I was going through here. And nobody would give a fuck anyway. I mean, I'm not talking about you folks either, but at large, I would hear what, when I first filed for divorce, she put up that I was trying to steal the kids and stuff. And I had protective orders and stuff in place. First of all, it didn't matter. They didn't do shit about the post there anyway. They weren't going to do anything about it. They were like, don't do that again. But all these people, like thousands and thousands of people, were talking about, and I could not talk about what was going on in that situation. Could not talk about what my kids were going through. And, people just, they believed it. They believed it because the accusation substantiates it. It made it real. And they just wanted to believe this, I mean, of course, haters would, but there were people that, I'd recognize and they'd be like, it's terrible what you're doing. And I'm like, motherfucker, you have no idea, what's going on with this. You need to shut the fuck up and go away. But like I said, when we finally could talk, it took a lot of time and a lot of money. I had put away enough money that I've never been able to even think about retirement until YouTube, and I don't want to retire from YouTube or anything. I'm not saying that, but I wanted something for my children. And instead I had to spend so much of it just fighting the shit. And I bought them enough time until she could see clearly, that's the way it went, and it did. We ended up amicably coming to an arrangement where, probably, like I said, I'm not fighting for property or anything. What I wanted was to make sure that my girls, they would live with me. I would make parenting decisions. Now she gets feedback into stuff. Again, I am the say on it. That's what it says on paper. But the way I look at it is, again, like now, right now, she is doing her thing, living her life, and she is trying to get her life under control. I don't need anything from her on that. She talks to the girls. She talks to the littlest one every single day. She calls her up. They talk. It's been a good relationship. And she'll see them. She'll come and see them. And, she's rebuilding her relationship with them. These fuckers, though, when they first contacted, and again, I'm not saying the Fats did, but they damn well caused it. When the first contacts happened with all of this stuff, it threw her back into a spiral, and it caused relapses, which caused problems. And one day, what I'm afraid is I'm going to have to tell my girls that something tragic has happened, or I'm going to see something tragic happen to other people's family, which she's haunted by that too. Again, she's finding about her father was such an addict that he gave up his family, his home, everything. Like, he told a story of where he ended up like finding himself living in someone else's barn because of addiction, and that's what she grew up around. And I mean, that stuff rubs off on you. So these people, they dipped into a precarious situation, but they don't give a fuck about protective orders. They don't give a fuck about any of that. They proved it with Jordan.
They don't give a fuck about putting somebody into relapse.
Well, they talk about, protective order, this, that. I've had them. I know what I'm talking about with them. I've dealt with authorities and so another thing I wanted to note in this, one of the reasons to prove with like that day, the arrest day. 2 officers come. They're good to go. I was noting this. Well, 3rd officer pops up. Like I said, I'd been outside planning things, I'd been planting cactus and stuff like that. Well, this 3rd officer pops up and he's like, "Why you got blood on your hands?" I'm like, "Blood? That's dirt, dude. It's dirt. I've got dirt." And the other officers are even like, "Yo, you don't want to go this way." Like they've seen the videos already. You don't want to do this. But this motherfucker was looking for any reason to hem me
Pin
up
it on
and
you.
make me the problem. Yeah. And luckily I had recordings of everything that had happened. Now, I mean, that like I said, that is not to look at somebody and to bad guy them. The point in this is I'm not letting these people tell my story. And I'm not letting them, when they target the children, that's what they're fucking doing. They're targeting kids. They've been through horrible stuff. The littlest one doesn't remember. There was an incident that I am haunted by. I'm haunted by the car incident, but there's another incident. So when she was drinking, she had gone to give the little one a bath and had walked away, and the door had locked behind her. Jesus. And I didn't know about it at first. I had no idea because, it's just, why would I know that? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like this is just, but I had luckily gone, and I don't remember what I was looking for, but I had luckily gone upstairs and I, for whatever reason, asked, "Hey, where's, the little one at?" And Mom had passed out, and I noticed the bathroom door was locked, and I luckily nothing happened. I ended up I broke the door handle, like trying to, instead I beat the door, like these are pretty thick doors. I beat the door and it broke the handle on it, and nothing happened there. But that incident haunts me because of what it could have done. So that's the shit these people want to dredge up. And you know what? The police reports and stuff, they're fair game. They are. They're absolute fair game. But these motherfuckers know that in my stuff, like I'm the victim in these situations. And the kids were the victim in these situations. And again, the aggressor is the victim in these situations. She's trying to get her fucking life back together. And these people just don't care. They just want to tear people apart. We're the bad guys, but they don't, like I said, this isn't a fucking, like line. It's an us or them to these folks. And what they've done with them trying to go after, again, when I talk about protective orders, oh yeah, I understand how they work. I've had them, There was a violation of a protective order too. There was an arrest for that. They may find, I don't know, but that ended up getting worked out after everything. When things got to the point that she could recognize, I've known a lot of people that substances have put them in the ground. I myself have had substance issues in the past. Never when I had kids, I made a decision in my life that, that if I'm going to have kids, I have to be responsible, And when I say that, that's not a shot at others. It's just that was motivation that I could say no more. And I was able to do that, but some people can't, man. I have known most of the people that I knew. I grew up poor too. She grew up poor. She grew up very poor. And most of the people that I knew that lived a specific lifestyle, there's nobody left. They're all dead. They're dead, or I think one of them's in prison. And the people that she knew that lived like that, almost all of them are dead, or they're in prison. Again, it's a certain lifestyle that it kills you. But she is in the middle of a fight. And I mean, despite everything, again, I still care about the person. I still love the person that is not the alcoholic. But that person, that they won't, when I say that, I'm not naive to I'll never be around that situation again. But I'll always, we were, before all this happened, God, we'd been together a decade and a half more, and it's sad to watch a person that fall apart before your eyes.
It's really hard. Yeah.
Yeah. And she recognized that she could see it coming on. I found text messages where, when you're going back through for divorce. By the way, divorce, the only people who win are lawyers. That's just the reality too. If you can get along and just work things out.
Lawyers always win.
Yep. But I saw the text. I mean, it was all there from 2019. You could see it, but it was little. It was little there. And I mean, she almost died a couple of times. One time, actually, it was I take that. I was going to say one time. It was the day that bottle. I call it the bottle incident. The girls, actually, my oldest, the little one doesn't remember that, but the oldest remembers, calls it the bottle incident. Because I guess I had something I've said, so she remembers it got brought up in court. So she added the word incident, but she remembered it as the bottle thing. Well, the day after that, she drank so much that she fell down some stairs and passed. I thought she was dead. I actually did, because it couldn't rationalize the fact that somebody could do that, know what they did, and the next day drink. You know what I mean? Like, just to me.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. I mean, that shows you how progressively bad it was. But I had laid down. The next day, my head was really hurting bad. We tried to go out and do something, and my head, like, obviously, my head was hurting really bad. So I came back and I laid down. I told the kids, like, I'm going to lay down. If anything comes up, you just come get me right away. But I got to lay down. My head's killing me. And maybe we can do something later. So I'm in the middle of a dream and I feel like little fingers on my leg, shaking my leg. Dad, mom's dead. Mom's dead.
Oh, Jesus.
So I got up and it was like being in a weird dream. Like I said, I probably had a concussion through this anyway. So it's weird, but I wander out of the bedroom there and I notice like random things that don't catch. I could have caught them if my mind, I just couldn't compute that somebody could drink after all that stuff. But there was like a nail, for example, like a, add-on nail, the acrylics. I don't want to call it a press-on nail because that denotes cheap. They're not. They're but acrylic nails. There was one on a wall where when it got knocked off, probably from drinking and stuff. But anyway, I walked and I noticed her laying at the bottom of 4 steps, and she's just totally, she looks dead, and the kids are freaked out. They're crying and stuff. So right away, I rush out and I called 911 right off the bat. I start through everything. She's not breathing in any way. So, I moved her off her back and she's not breathing at all. So I start through that and I'm talking to the person. Yeah, I'm talking to the 911 operator, and we go through this, and she doesn't respond for, oh God. I mean, for a bit. I mean, it was, I was surprised. I was actually surprised that she's alive. But finally, I get her breathing again, and I can, once I can hear her right, I'm going to tell her to go upstairs.
Okay. All right, folks. I told you it was going to be rough. Imagine having all of this weighing on you for all of this time, and like you said, being live every night while this is going on and not being able to say anything about it.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It's all, I mean, there's a lot of other incidents, but you guys are not my therapist either. I'm not trying to what do they call it? Trauma dump you. I was irritated that these people, not really. I mean, to a point, I wanted to be able to talk about it. At the same time, you guys aren't my therapist, like I said, and I am at a point with it now that, again, I'm not trying to rationalize someone doing horrible things away, but again, an addict is an addict, and they do awful things, and I'm watching them struggle every day, and they're I'm afraid they're losing, is what I'm afraid of. And
Yeah.
I don't want that, but so, I mean, she does saying, I take care of the girl. I take care of everything with them. That's also why, like with stuff, I live stream every day and everything. I am the sole provider for the kids. Again, I don't need anything from someone else, but this is everything. I take care of 2 little girls. They're the greatest kids ever. And they don't deserve to. I also didn't really want to attach this to their names, but I mean, the police report's been out there for a while. These people, in fact,
there's nothing you can do about that.
No, I mean, and of course, I mean, we are public there, but it doesn't. I always like, why? Because it doesn't make me look bad. Nothing in there makes me look bad. It actually, it's a story in it, but why go after it? Because you're going to attack someone else, and it's going to, if you're going to try to weaponize shit, why not weaponize? Oh, because you already did. You tried the fake shit that people made up. You tried that. In fact, John Cook was talking the other night about, contacting my ex-mother-in-law. By the way, John, I would really caution you on that, because she is the type of person that might drive to Florida and tell you exactly what she thinks about you, with the back of her elbow. So I would caution you not to. There's certain people you don't harass, because you'll bite off something you don't want. And she is not a person. I don't have problems with these people. They like John Cook and them, again, they tried to pass off a story that is not true, about the school therapist bullshit. And they try to utilize that as a way to harass.
Yeah, right.
Well, John, I've never been accused by the person that I live with of doing heinous shit publicly. You have. So it's weird.
No, and even throughout all of this, you're still talking to her and letting her know that you have to talk about it because of what these people did. And none of this had to come out, and you were protecting somebody who you're hoping is going to get her life together. So it's like, it wasn't necessary. And all it does is possibly push her down this road further, and that to me is really depressing and sad, because they're not thinking about this is somebody's mom.
They all say that they care about children too, and they prove time and again that they don't.
They sure as shit do not care about yours. If they did, this is not really a story. Yeah, like you said, police reports are fair game, but this isn't the story they thought it was.
No, well. There is, well, they could have, all they had to do was look at it. And again, what it says is that she was arrested for domestic violence. She was arrested for that. She also was arrested for a DUI. She got arrested 3 months before that, I think. Again, I'm foggy with the dates, okay? But her lifestyle.
I think we can forgive you for that.
Yeah. Well, I could remember, for a while, they were all I had to hang on to them and hang on to this stuff. And it felt like it ate away pieces of me, and it was because of court. I had to hold on to it. And, I lived these, and through court, I fleshed out 28 incidents I could talk about. 28. That tells you major incidents that we could go through. 28. And yeah, you live that in your mind. But there was a 5 to maybe 6 month thing from the beginning of that year. Yeah, like I said, I think it was 2023, but again, it's just a blur. It was so out of control that she gets a DUI. She, they that situation was crazy too. But she gets arrested for DUI. Now, with the DUI, that was an ugly situation. She had, luckily, it did help her though, because she had to put one of those monitoring things in her car. So for a year, at least now she doesn't have it anymore, but for a year she got used to not drinking and, you know, and had that. But like I said, you know, I just want her to get her life together, and she's trying. She is trying. And these people, they play a game with, you know, people that, again, what did these people have to do with any of that? Well, they just look for a reason to, again, that situation didn't make me look like the monster, but they don't care. They hope down that rabbit hole, maybe they can hurt that person. They can drive them to do something terrible or stress them out or something, because maybe that'll hurt me, you know? And that's the way I think these people are. As I said, they're worse than drama streamers. They're absolute pieces of shit.
Well, they're trying to ruin lives.
Yep.
But we're not going to let them do that in this case. That is not what's going to happen here.
Well, they're definitely not going to, you know, be able to cause any problem with her. Again, if they reach out to folks, if they reach out to her, like she may actually tell them one day what she thinks about them, and it won't, what they want from her, they won't get. They won't get. Yeah,
because
they're not going to get
the. You're talking about someone who I'm sure still has love for you too, and is going through a lot of bad stuff. And you've been more than patient, more than kind, and you didn't want this to be out. You were doing everything you could to protect her. So the idea that somehow these strangers who hate you and want to take you down, and in your kids too, because you take care of them. They've been trying to get your channel taken down, and that would then hurt your children. To think that their mother would somehow think that this was a good idea is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's such an absurd idea. But they had hoped. See, I do my best to maintain decent relations. I mean, there are people that, you know, off and on that, of course, I will run into that don't like me. You know, you have that. But I try to maintain decent relationships with folks. And in this situation, again, it's a more complex situation than.
Well, it's the right thing to do.
You know what I hate about
it? If a person you love has a problem, you hope that one day they'll come around, and the only thing you can do is leave the door open. You can't close the door.
There's 3,000 people. By the way, again, folks, I'm not bringing this up to fucking. People brought this up, and they're trying to spin a narrative with it, and I know how they will do. Like, they won't find anything in it to. Hey, if they're lucky, maybe they can find some of the court filings, because when the court filings get back and forth, I mean, the court filings were ugly. You know, there were some nasty accusations, but all of those got buried. We finally, when we talked to one of, you know, again, she had a lawyer that was telling her that, you know, that of course he's just trying to ruin your life, and you know, we can get this and we can get that. Well, after she, you know, thought about what they were trying to do with the kids, she, you know, she finally, like, she breathed enough, and like I said, she reached out, and I was angry too, and I won't deny that. I mean, obviously something had to happen, but you know, I mean, I was angry as well. And I just, like I said, there's no clout or anything. I advocate for men because I've seen this system on the inside, and it's awful. It is absolutely awful to deal with. Mm-hmm. The fucking so-called advocates that they attach to my cat, man, those people, even if they want to do something, they're powerless. They have no authority whatsoever. And this judge, like I said, when a judge came in, he made this statement before he put me under that rule, whatever. He was like, I don't even remember why we're having this hearing. maybe somebody could tell me. So he came in and he didn't, you could tell he's in a hurry. He didn't give a fuck. We were having a hearing there. And that through that hearing, he just didn't give a shit. So he made me give away my ability. I was so mad. Like, of course, you know, I would do whatever I needed to do. Like if I'm going to have a consultation with people, but I should be able to record. That is my right. You know, if you tell me, well, you can't record therapy sessions or anything. Yeah, as the client, I have the right. If I can't, then I can walk away and go somewhere else, you know, where I can do that. These people, they are ex-child therapists, but they are for hire. They get paid tens of thousands of dollars to ruin children. I mean, they were going to put my little girl in the system. And you know what happens to girls. That was their plan because they couldn't win. And again, they were willing to do it without their client. Yeah. Can you hold this for a second? I hear somebody trying to come. I'm going to run them off for a minute.
Sure. I'm reading your chats, and so many of you have these stories that are heartbreaking. And it's good to know that you can understand what's going on. And, you know, thanks for sharing all of that, by the way, chat. Thank you so much. Because this wasn't something that he ever wanted to talk about. And they made him do it. And they're going to think in some way that they won because he had to talk about something deeply personal and painful. But I don't think that that's the case, because I personally think it'll be a weight off of his shoulders, not having to hide what was going on. You know, nobody knew. Like I think maybe his mom and me. So I think it's a good thing that you guys are sharing your stories too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I also, when we talk about false allegations, see, I saw that like with the protective order hearing, you know, like for example, some of the things that, you know, you can go in, what the lawyers told me before all of that really struck me, and I thought was so jacked up. They told me that it didn't matter. And, you know, they're telling me this constructively. They're not telling me this to be assholes or anything. They're like, you're a guy that you, first of all, don't cry. If you get upset, you can't cry. You know why? Because they'll look at you as weak. And don't talk about emotional impact or anything like that, because they won't care. The judge won't care. He doesn't care. You're not a woman. They told me now the lawyers that I had, they were very good lawyers. And I liked them. I picked them out because in their, I'll tell you, there's a secret to picking out lawyers. You can find many that have lots of positive stuff. Look at the negatives. See if the negatives are left by people that have been wronged by them, or they're people that they faced off.
Went up against them.
Yeah. Because like I found you know, all the negatives were the people I was using were like, this monster didn't care about anything but winning. And it's like, yeah,
you're like, yep, that's the one for me.
That's my lawyer, right? But they told me things. They told me things I didn't want to hear. Well, you know, I didn't. I was like, hey, I want to bring this up. They're like, the judge won't care. They just don't care. Why? Because you're a man. They told me that out of that, they had been practicing for a long time too. And there had been 3 cases where the father walked away with custody. 3 in the state of Tennessee.
Shit.
Yeah.
Is this like a state specific problem where you are?
No. It's all over the place. In fact, like in, you know, a lot of times people will, when they divorce, they'll just walk away. And again, I'm not saying, look, there are a lot of people that when they talk about this kind of stuff, they are looking at it, hating women. It's, I mean, I don't hate women. Obviously, I've got a female co-host here. You know, I was raised by my mother.
You've got 2 daughters.
I've got 2 kids. Exactly. So, you know, my primary audience is female. You know, I obviously, but I do advocate for men, because men, they face an extra layer. They face the false allegations.
Look at Clayton Eckert. You know, we covered that story with Laura Owens going after him, and he stood no chance in front of judges with her when she was going after protective orders, because all the judge would do is take one look at him and one look at her. He's huge, 6'4", big guy. She's tiny, 5'3", 90 pounds, and they just rule for her.
That's what her lawyer. I saw a bunch of messages and stuff with her lawyer and law team, and they tell her to play up stuff like that. Play up your height, your size, because I'm not a little guy. I mean, I'm getting older, so I don't know how tall I am as I stand up, but I feel like I'm shrinking. But I'm around 6'5".
An inch or two, yeah.
And I'm around 6'5". I'm around at that time about 250 pounds. So I'm a big guy. I'm not tiny. Like if I stand over you and stuff, I can be intimidating. And they told to play it up. And also, I mean, her people were telling her just, it doesn't matter about the truth. It matters about what people believe. So just say anything. I mean, I saw some infuriating statements on that. And, again, when you're angry, you do that kind of shit. She just, like I said, it took her a while and a lot of money. I still have, I'm not trying to talk money. I don't like talking money, but through that, it cost me close to $200,000 to keep my children for 2 years out of this. And then that didn't give me a resolution. We were just in this never ending spending hole. It cost me almost everything I had put together. So I lost almost everything. But again, she got to the point where, she was like, I don't want to fight anymore. I'm not angry. I know what's going on here. And I know you're trying to take care of the girls. You're not trying to destroy my life or anything. You're trying to take care of the girls, And I mean that, like people can still find that original post. It's out there. If you look up That Umbrella Guy's kids, you'll find there was a GoFundMe, and it didn't do anything except allow people. It had the pictures of my kids on it, which I was not thrilled about. But the reality is, when people looked at that, like you can go and look up message boards and shit. And again, I was looking at it and saying, man, I'm the victim in this. My kids are victims. Well, again, we have a protective order in place, and I have lawyers saying, don't. You can make a statement like, I forget my statement, but my statement was like, yes, I believe that is probably a violation of certain orders or something. Again, the paraphrasing, but I didn't say anything that was, I couldn't really talk about it, and I would have never talked about this. I'd have just let it stay. But these people,
I know that. I know it. I've said to you before, I've been like, maybe you should say something, but you're like, no, I mean, I just not gonna, because your intentions are always good. I mean, to protect her. I mean, if she got her life together and came back, and what good would it do to have it out there? It's just damaging.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, that is the reality to it. People that. I'm not going to go over certain instances, for example, because they'll just be something that'll hurt you later on, hurt her later on, I guess I should say. I should be clear in saying that. And that ain't the intention. Again, if she can go out, get that thing out of her life. But again, she told me straight up, I told her that these idiots had found the records, and I told her that I was going to talk about it. I told her that, when I talk about it, of course, I talk about it a specific way. I'm not, I'm not trying, again, to trauma dump, and I'm not trying to blame somebody I'm just trying to be as matter of fact as I can. Now, some of it does bother me. You can hear it sometimes, but it's the stuff with my kids that bothers me, because like I said, some of it haunts me still. I can't put it away. There's no way to put it. I'll close my eye. I still see that day of the arrest day. I still see my little girl in the back of that car. And I think, what if, and that tub thing, man, it fucking haunts me because, when I don't sleep well, I just don't. I haven't slept well in a long time. I luckily don't sleep a lot, but I dream that stuff. It haunts me. So, yeah, it bothers me sometimes to talk. Most of this feels like a dream by now. It doesn't feel real. But certain elements like that, they fucking haunt me because of how it could have come. And again, when you're in that moment, when you're a fucking substance abuser, you don't have room to think about all this. And you can't imagine, how far you'll go down a bad road. You can imagine that you would do something like that. A person in the right
and
mind
that's another reason why, not to judge too harshly, when I was trying to get that across with Nick Rekieta, when people would say to me, why would you stand up for him? Why would you still be his friend? Because you never know. It could be you. I've had a lot of friends with substance abuse problems. My best friend had a very bad substance abuse problem, drug addiction that nobody thought she was going to come out of. And I didn't leave her. I didn't kick her to the curb.
Right.
And she did come out of it. She did. And she proved them wrong. And 80% of people who had the drug addiction she has did not come out of it. And a bunch of our friends that she was partying with at the time, they died.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes. That story. They don't have a happy ending.
No.
Substance abuse stories never have happy endings.
But I will always, and I respect you for trying to help her as much as you have and keeping faith that she'll put her life back together, because that's what you do when you love somebody, period. You don't.
Well, I don't.
You don't give up on them. You don't, shit talk them, and you just hope for the best, and you're there if they need you. And what else can you do?
Well, I'm also, I don't have many friends. I don't keep many friends. I don't trust many people. Honestly, I don't trust a lot of people. And if somebody is in, and again, she was, she wasn't just she was my friend, still is my friend. But, we were together, for fucking a long time before that seeped in. And, what's insidious about alcohol is it's everywhere. You can't avoid it.
It's legal. So no one tells you no. And you can't really get in trouble for using it.
No, not unless you're already in trouble for using it,
Right.
And by then, like I said, I worried that she was going to kill somebody, or herself included when I say that. But I was afraid that one day I would get that call. I'd gotten to the point when she had her DUI that I already had a routine of all the places to call, because I knew something bad would happen one day. This was out of hand, and there was nothing I could do about it. Honestly, you feel like you're waiting. You can't make good decisions for anybody. But the day she got her DUI, she did come home that night, and I thought, well, what the fuck, So the first things I do is call hospitals, not hospital, but I called 911, and when I called 911, they were like, yeah, there was an incident. There actually was, and they went over it, and it was a rough incident too. In fact, she was in the wrong, but the officers were pretty awful that day too. There were some, they definitely, you see how they, drunks are difficult, but my God, sometimes officers are like, oh, I can take some shit out on you. You're just drunk. Nobody will care. So, that was but I gotten in that habit. I knew that this would not have a happy ending, but when it came crashing down, it was crazy. I also I thought naively, I don't know why, because I've covered many cases, but I thought naively that maybe, just maybe, the state actors in this would maybe help, somehow. Maybe they would do something that would actually help her, and they would help us. But when they dropped the ball with CPS, You know, what they should have done, the police, they should have called CPS. But when they did that, that caused a problem because when they're looking at, well, the police didn't think this was bad enough to really do anything about the kids. So, you know, I guess the police don't, the courts, they, you know, they play that. And also one of the things, so in the state of Tennessee, they give you a second chance on, you know, no matter, unless it's a felony, you know, and again, felony, like in that report, it talks about, I had a cigarette on 2 places, I believe, that it plates it. I also, my ankle looked like it had, it looked like it had shattered every blood vessel in my leg on one side because it was just, it looked like it was a sheet of blood underneath a thin piece of paper. That's what it looked like. And, you know, cuts and everything else. But when they dismiss it, it takes it off your record, which, I mean, okay, that's fine. But when you put those factors together and you try to tell a court, hey, you know, this is not safe to be around, the court's like, you know, and you fight the word mother. Now, like I said, it turned out to be positive because she woke up to the fact of saying, hey.
But if she hadn't.
Yeah, if she hadn't,
it'd be a whole other story.
Yeah, they wanted to do, so the courts were to the point, they were being awful with me. They were telling me, again, my kids had talked about like the impact that this had had. Okay, and I had talked about it, even though I didn't want to. But even talking about it, the courts were getting pissy and talking about how, well, this is the mother of, you know, so they should be able to see them, even if the kids don't want to at the time, you know, it's not the kid's choice. So now, luckily, like I said, she looked at that situation and took blame in the situation with that. And she is mending the relationship with the girls. There, you know, it takes time. It's rough. I mean, the youngest doesn't remember anything, so that's good. But the oldest, you know, it's a rough thing. Sometimes, but people, you know, the little one will bring up things like mom's room. You know, she'll bring that up. So there was a main room in the house, the master bedroom. And she called that mom's room because it had mom's stuff in it. The courts, you know, hey, here's a crazy thing. This is, again, just a random thing. The courts, I asked, you would think this would be a decent ask, right? I said, well, she's got drunk driving and this and that. I want her off my insurance. I don't want the liability in case something happens, right? They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me take her off my insurance. They told me no. That she had to take.
Crazy.
So, yeah, they were like, well, until this is done, you have to continue to pay for that. So yeah, if she would have gone out and say got in a car accident, killed somebody, which I don't know what's happening, you know, through all of that.
Sure.
Now, like I said, luckily, you know, she did do everything that the courts asked, so she was doing it. But I don't know that, you know.
Yep.
I had to run off the little one. I told the little one, I was like, you know, today we're going to talk about some serious stuff, so you can't come down. She's like, okay, sure. And then, of course, it's trying to, I mean, they're sweetheart kids, man. They really are. And people who hate me all you want, man. They're little kids. They don't fucking deserve any bad thing. Like these people too. So they keep trying to, first of all, they don't understand Tennessee law. Tennessee law states that kids, they can't have their own channel, you know, and there's new laws going into effect. But the girls walking down here, you know, and saying something, that is not a violation of that. You know, that's not in any way, shape, or form. But these people, they want essentially kids that, again, are trying to recover from all of that. If they have something that goes on, for me, it makes me feel better to have that door open too. Not just them, but it makes me, after everything, I feel better for them to have access. Well, these nasty fucking people are always trying to cut off their access, you know, to come around and talk or do whatever. But I'm astounded by how nasty these people are sometimes.
I know, me too.
Yeah. folks, you have to excuse me. I'm trying to get it all out of my system because I don't want to have this conversation again. After this, again, every now and then I'll bring something up with protective orders or something. It comes out with that sometimes, but that's not the same thing. I'm just talking about the system when I get irritated. But I mean, I've never seen, now I've seen them do stupid things with protective, like there was a protective order violation, and the DA that got fired down here, whom, funny enough, I told that if it was the last thing I'd do, I would get him out of office, and he did get fired on his own though. But he when there was a violation, he issued a warning. He said, "Don't do it again." I was like, protective orders don't have warnings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't, it's either a violation or not.
It's either a violation or it isn't.
Right. But he issued a warning, and I was fucking pissed about that. But I dealt with, now they have, for the sheriff's office down here, they have a victim's advocate that is attached to it. And the victim's advocate that I got, they're a citizen victim advocate. And the victim advocate I got was great. They were the reason that things, they went the way that they did, to be honest. They went smoothly, and out of the whole situation, they were pretty good. By the way, the protective order violation. So on that, just to note, the protective order violation, actually, somebody had created an account. I thought at first this was a lie, but it turned out to be true. Somebody had created I'll tell you how much people want to be douchebags and fuck with people. Somebody had figured out some of the stuff that was going on. You could just read and read between the lines and figure it out. They found out she'd had a protective order, so they created a spoof account. She had a Facebook account, and they created a Twitter account that would spoof every message she put in. And they would also, they would put up comments about my ex or this. But one day they decided to make contact with an account that very much looked like her. I thought it was her because, it had all these posts, but it ended up, again, you could find the same account on Facebook, like doing the same stuff. But in that, there were some things that happened, and with that, there was a violation issued over that. And then there was another incident that just was not fun at all, which I don't think I'll talk about. But again, none of these in this, I'm not the, in making it clear, none of these are my fault. They're looking for dirt on me. Well, the only dirt I have on me, and I don't consider it dirt at all, is the fact that I filed bankruptcy twice. When my father was, my stepfather, my second stepfather, he had mesothelioma. He was dying, and we extended his life by 6 years. So,
wow.
Yeah, I maxed out everything I had, filed bankruptcy after I did it, because the insurance company, now they don't do it as publicly anymore, but at the time, the insurance company, he worked for the United Methodist Publishing Corporation, which is the head of the Methodist Publishing Corporation. He's not a Methodist, but he worked for the Methodist Church. They have a controlling board. He was the comptroller. He was the, the guy who controls all their money. So he had damn good insurance, and they were great. They were the nicest people ever. I loved those people. They were great, but he had great insurance. Well, he went through like 3 operations or so, maybe more. I don't remember, but it had $1 million top out. So after he had gotten a few surgeries, his insurance maxed out, and they essentially told him, you need life-saving surgeries to continue living, but not our problem. So I ended up maxing out.
That's awful.
Yeah, well, it's terrible when someone you love, you're confronted with it. So I took all of them, everything I had. I sold everything I had, and I maxed out every credit card I had. And we I filed bankruptcy after that. And then after that, I did it again. Through those years, I started you get 7 years on it is what it is. So I maxed out every single thing I could during those 7 years, and it bought him an additional 6 years. So if that's dirt, then I'm proud of it. But that's the only thing they'll ever find, That's all they got on me. But they pulled up her stuff because they think I think they quite understand there's nothing there on me. They just want to be hurtful,
Yeah, agreed.
So, anyway.
They just want to get to you.
Yep. But I'm going to read super chats now. And
okay.
Gosh, what a crazy subject. I can't believe I'm going over this. I hate this subject, guys. I really do. But it is cathartic to talk about it a little bit. And I don't like the word victim. I hate that fucking word. I'm not a victim, But in the legal perspective, I was the victim of the situation. It took a lot for me to get out of it too. The law, I want to say this too. The law told me I should get out, but the law did everything, and they made it so awful that if things would have continued, I would have rather stayed in that situation than dealt with what I dealt with in the courts. If it were just I can't rationalize how my kids could have stayed in the situation, but I would much rather someone beat me and fucking burn me with shit than to deal with what I did, because they made my life a living hell. And if I didn't have kids, I would have probably thought about an exit. Really, they fucking, it was awful, man. It was I can't even conceptualize it. Like, there is nothing to turn to.
I'm certain that what they did led to your health problems.
It's quite possible. It is quite possible.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I know it because that was all happening then. You didn't even tell them about how they made you put them in all kinds of crazy activities. So
yeah. So what I
remember that, because that was insane.
So I homeschool my kids. All right. On top of that, so they decided to force my kids into activities, and they had to be activities they wanted, right? Not like things like church, going to that. These don't count, being around kids, right? So all
the activities that you already did, homeschool groups, church, that couldn't count.
No. So
they made your schedule so tough. That's what led to your health problems, because you were working full time, streaming also, plus then running around to these crazy court ordered activities.
Yeah. I could not drop any kind of work, so they locked me in. I had to keep a full-time job. I also had to keep the streaming stuff how it was, with it making a specific amount of money. Had to, court ordered. On top of it, they locked the kids in. I had to keep them with homeschool. I had to take them into karate and some other stuff. And I had to go in, and instead of just using like plans, usually with homeschool, you pull up certain stuff, you hybridize it. I have to write out everything. I had to keep like a very detailed stuff. Like, no, you would not believe the amount of stuff. So anyway, I was, to make this work, I would have to, I'd go to bed about 2:00 in the morning, and I would be up again by 4:30 usually. I was running on about 2.5 to 3 hours. If I got lucky, I could get 4 hours in if I got lucky, but typically I couldn't. And the courts locked me into that for over a year. I'm running on nothing.
After that stop, when you finally got out of that, your health suddenly declined. After it was because I think they wore you down. You went ragged after that.
I think
that's how it felt.
Yeah. Again, that was, what was amazing is reading some of the things from the lawyers that my ex had, because I got to read, you don't usually get to do that, and it didn't matter what she said. They didn't care. My ex, her anger took her so far. Your anger will take you so far, but after a little while, you're like, wait, this is too much. Like,
why are
just
they
making
trying
up.
to destroy him? Yeah.
Why are you trying to destroy my kids' life? Like,
Yeah.
to take them and do that. Like, who would, nobody in their right mind would think, yeah, you know what, putting one of the kids in the system, that would be good, but these people, and again, the people that did it, you know what, I'm going to dig up the fucking advocacy group, the so-called advocacy group, and I'll tell all of you who they are, and fuck them if they want some. If they want some from me, I'll pull up the records on it and everything. I'll tell you exactly what they did, because these lying pieces of shit, like I said, they were paid to make you look bad, and they were all too willing to do it. So, I said that once I was out of it, I would get even, and I will get even, by the way. So I will let everybody, I'll get even with the truth. I'll let everybody know who exactly they are, because they pretend to be, well, many of them they are ex-child therapists. I mean, you're talking about people that are supposed to be there for kids, and they were willing to ruin my girl's life. And it ruined both their lives, is what it would do, because the little one, like, through everything, like my daughter, man, watching my oldest daughter, I have to give her, like, really, I have to commend her through everything. When things would happen, my oldest daughter, she would, like, lock the doors with her in it until somebody would come pick her. Again, when you look at this, the reason it has to go on and it had to play that way is because otherwise I would not have my girls. They would not have been with me. They would have gone somewhere, and that's how the courts, they would have taken them from me. So I had to, not one incident, clocked in the head. You think that'd be enough? No. Getting arrested for all that, and all you think about, nothing. It almost,
No,
all
they
of that.
pretended like it didn't happen.
Yeah. The courts actually, the crazy thing I would run into too is, like, in the court, when you accuse somebody of something, the lawyers, what they want to do is accuse you of something, right? And I would have, like, a pile of just evidence, because I knew I needed fact-based evidence. Well, the courts, they were more than happy to listen and believe too. They would take that, and they wanted me to be the aggressor. It was like the judge was not happy that I had proof. Even my ex, once we finished, she was like, I can't believe some of the stuff that happened. I was like, well, you can't believe it. You should be on my side of it. Holy shit. Like, I was, I could believe, and I've seen it, but to see it happen yourself that's something else,
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, can you hold this for a minute? I gotta go check on something.
Sure. How about it, chat? Are you as proud of him as I am for holding down this show and going full time and all this other shit going on at the same time, and yet being here every night? I'm pretty proud of him for being able to do that and taking care of the girls all by himself. It's really rough, but he does it really well, even with all of this stuff. And I'm pretty proud of him. And I think, I like the chat. Extremely proud, very proud. Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is a struggle. I'm sure it's what made him sick. I'm sure of it. His body couldn't take anymore. And we are all very lucky that they didn't kill him. And it's interesting that it wasn't the situation with his home life that did that. It was the court. It was the judge and the court-appointed officials that did that.
The other thing, I forgot about this, with the protective order, I thought this was pretty nasty too. When I went in for the protective order, right, it's hard to talk about that stuff, especially right after it's all happened, right? I get up on the thing. They don't allow you to have drinks or anything brought into the court, and I got to this point where I was like, man, I've got to have a drink, I can't do this. So I asked him.
You can't even have water?
No, nothing. So the judge, he tells one of the bailiffs to go get me a glass of water, and they give me a glass of water. But he was so rude about it. He was like, you know, can you hurry this up? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, yeah. I'm sitting here talking about, again, there's a lot more, but the point, again, I'm not trying to have a therapy session, and I'm not trying to make you hate somebody, that's not the point. It made me so mad at these fucking people. I heard some of the stuff they were trying to pull, and I know their game. Like, these motherfuckers stole over 6 figures in the name of a family. They stole it. It is documented. You had one of the main donors hit me up, $56,000.
And the recipient, the recipient.
Who hates me, by the way. The recipient, both of them hate me. They hate me, but they've hit me up. So Lynette Preston also hits me up. Now whatever they've done to get her back in the fold, well, but yeah, she hits me up too. So, with all of this, I mean, we get all this info. I mean, we have all of this proof, and their thing is that they want to distract people from what's happening. So they will do anything to do it. And some of the stuff that they do is nasty. So I'll guarantee you now, and I hope you're listening, Fatso. I do. I hope you're listening. You have my attention. You have my complete, undivided attention. I will dedicate myself to finding out everything about you. Everything. I even though I said I would, I actually, after Lynette Preston contacted Gabe's probation officer, I thought, well, that's enough. I didn't do those things, but now I feel very motivated. So if you want to try to motivate a bunch of these people are just like little jackals. If you want to try to motivate them to come my way, well then, I will make it my mission to expose who you are. And what I'm dealing with is the truth. I am absolutely dealing in the truth. So when we go through it, I will expose it to a large audience. I will take it to Twitter. We have 157,000 people. I barely talked about it there. I will take it over there. In fact, what I'm going to do, I picked up a month of the premium, premium plus, because of its cost now. I think I'm gonna pick up a whole year of it. I don't give a fuck what it costs. I'm gonna boost that. I'm gonna pay the $300 and something. I'm gonna pay it for it just so I get that little bump, so I can talk about wonderful things like this. And I guarantee you, by the end of it, that we will see law enforcement as part of it. We will see in the
Audio
mainstream
Coffee
media.
says, I'm hearing this in Liam Neeson's voice.
That's right. I will find you. That is funny. Taken, and you got like people sitting in their garage with little peens stealing money.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, if you've got a bounce or anything, you can. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing today.
I can hang for a little bit. I might have to jump out in a little bit, but I'll sit for some super chats.
I'm good. I know you hung out. Megan's a good friend too. Like, if
I don't want you to sit here by yourself through this. I know the chats are going to be rough. The super chats are going to be rough.
It's actually, if I'd had to talk about it a year ago, I choked up 2 times on it, but it's not the incident. It's just like I said, my mind, I still, there's like a handful of situations that involve my kids, and they haunt me, not because of how they went, but because of how they could. My mind works as
how
like
they could have gone.
Yeah, well, I work as a puzzle solver. I think about like 8 different ways I can approach most subjects, and do it like that. I'm analytical in that way. And this stuff, I think about what could have gone wrong, and luckily none of it did, but it all being out of my control. But it bothers me too, because someone I still care about, regardless of anything. I'm afraid that their life is, I see how close to the edge they are. If they hear this, which they probably will. Like I said, I still love them. The kids still love them.
Yeah.
And they're mending. I hate situations like that. I don't like talking about it because I know people like they see things in a black or white, you know. There's only two things. They don't see complex shades. And I don't want a bad guy in this. If you want a bad guy, look at the fat asses that made me talk about this. They're the bad guy.
If you want a bad guy, look at the court that did what they did to your family. I think we're all in agreement that everybody wants your ex-wife to get better.
Well, just
and
you know, the
put her
best
life
thing
back
is
together.
I've asked these people to leave her alone, and of course, you know, the reason I asked them to is I put it out there before because they were already trying to make contact, and they had brought up certain things.
And you told them she's in recovery.
Yeah, yeah, she's been to rehab a few times, and she went to rehab even when you know, she didn't want to. Like the last time that she went, she wanted to, you know, and that was the difference. It was a big difference. But again, I'm not, when I talk about that, when I say I care about somebody too, I'm not going to be in that situation. I'm not saying that either. But
sure,
ultimately, I want the mom of my kids. I want my kids to have a relation. They want a relationship, you know, and again, they're working on it. And if there's something, you know, the court too, if you hear with talking and stuff, like it is, she gave so many concessions. Like, for example, in like if there was, we're not to a visitation place, like she can come and visit and does, you know, she does all of that stuff. Like we get along, we're fine with that. There's not the animosity or anything like that. But
sure,
if she were to have visitation, she agreed to get one of those breathalyzer things to blow in it every time the car comes up, and it'll give me a note of what's going on, because her problem has been alcohol. It's not something else, it's alcohol. So she'll blow in it. If the kids have any question, like they, you know, the old, like she had a problem there, when it gets to that, they can request it. And I mean, she made all of those concessions. So she gave a lot of concession for sure, but she wanted to have, you know, a relation. And that's all I wanted. I'd been fighting for a long time not to keep the kids away from somebody. But again, to make sure at the end of the day, they weren't just thrust into a situation. And I had no idea what was going on. One of the ugly things about the way the court works too is you have no idea what the other person's doing. So they could, you know, I imagine the worst. You know, I imagine her going out and doing all this horrible shit. I didn't realize, like, I knew there was some court imposed stuff like with DUI, but there was a lot more that was going on. I didn't know about, like, you know, her going out and getting a job, or, you know, filling her days with stuff that, you know, deals with like substance abuse, going to different, I mean, I had no idea. So the lawyers, of course, I mean, they benefit from that, you know. And I liked my lawyers, by the way. I'm not shitting on them anyway. I love them. I will send them a Christmas card until I die, because they did one, you know. And again, the way we ended, though, we ended amicably. We rewrote the thing. We dumped the irreconcilable, you know, the disputed, contested portion. We sat down, we wrote out a thing together that mapped everything out, and that's how we finished it. So, and again, our dispute was never over property. You know, also with the kids, like part of our concession, we have the house. So the kids live in the same house. Like we have the same house here. That was a concession. She was just willing to say, okay, well. So again, I want to give credit for that too. It just took a long time for the anger, you know, like again, her immediate response was, I'm not an addict, you're stealing my kids. And I get it. I do get that. But anyway, I'm gonna hit super chats, and I appreciate you folks, you know. So Ruth, thanks for the 26 months. That's a long time. Thank you, Ruth. Hello, everyone. Well, hello indeed. Appreciate you. By the way, oh wait, let me hit. I had some come in on my other, you know. I agree. I really like reading these first, you know. I appreciate people who send stuff outside too. The links are much more work for folks, but we get a larger cut of that too. So thank you. Hey, Andrea, thank you for the hundo there. Thank you for that. We'll always be with you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you guys, again, you don't know how many really rough times, you guys. I've had some bad times, and live streaming and stuff has helped me. So when I say, hey, I appreciate you guys, when you guys are talking about your health and stuff, one of the reasons I give a shit in there isn't just because, hey, you build a channel. It's because I had rough times too. So thank y'all. Let's see. Hey, what's up? Let me make sure. David, thanks for the 5. But this topic, a real comment, F you fleas. That's right. She has more chins than a Chinese phone book. That is that is probably true too. Thank you, man. Let's see. There's another. Hey, what's up, Adair, man? Thank you. Send a 20 there as well. Hugs to you and the girls. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, my friend. Let's see. 1 second. Oh, Venmo from Judith. Judith sent 50. Thank you for that. And sent love and prayers. That is awesome. I'm very appreciated too. Thank you. What's up, Nancy? Thanks for the 50 there. I mean, all of your grace and bravery. I don't know about that, man. I'm human. I stumble, you know. I'm just trying to handle it the best I know how, you know. And again, I got the 6-year-old especially, you know. They keep me straight. They keep me sorted, though. They keep my perspective. They also keep my ego down if it ever gets big. My little one was telling me, she was like, well, you do have some beautiful avatars, but you're fat. I was like, what did you say? But you're fat. Thank you.
Funny.
Donna sent 150. Man, thank you for that. To enjoy a special occasion with the girls. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, I appreciate y'all just listening to, you know, again, I had no way to, I didn't know how to structure this, you know. I wasn't even sure how I was going to come together with it. Ugh, what a subject. Max Left, thank you for the super chat there. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Ruth said 10. There's not a statement, but that is indeed a big statement. Thank you for backing the channel. And thank you for being here. Cindy Nichols. Look at that. 46 months. Man, you have been batting it for a while there, Sandy. And appreciate you. Fascinating. That's right. Fascinating indeed. Thank you. Yeah. What's up? Thanks for the 5. For the head of the family. To help the family. Indeed. And thank you. I appreciate that. You know. And yes, that's what I try to tell a lot of creators. Megan thinks like this too. You know, we do this and we have fun and stuff. But we also run businesses. A lot of people forget that, you know, like remember all the friends you pull in and stuff. And remember it also, though, at the end of the day, I do this because it allows me to be around my girls. And, you know, it's the greatest job I could ever have. Thank y'all. 2012. Thanks for the 2 there, Tom. Your ex will be in my prayers every day. That's great, man. See,
really
a lot of
sweet. That's
yeah,
really
and
sweet.
you know, a lot of people knew her online too. And I would get people, you know, when it was really starting to get bad for her, like she got online and passed out a couple of times, you know, and I mean, the absurdity to some of that. And people would message. You remember how they were with Nick?
Yeah.
You remember how people were like, man, he's falling apart. Well,
right. I like when people would email me and what's going on? Why don't you talk to him? Like, I'm seeing the same thing you are. I get it. I understand. Exactly. We're all seeing it. Yes.
Yep. That's
nothing. There's nothing I can do.
Man, I'm glad that he's gotten some of his.
Oh, he's doing so much better.
Yeah. I mean, he has. People don't see a lot of that, but I do. You know, let's see that.
He's
Tizzy,
so much better. Yeah,
it is a lot better there. Tizzy the bounce. What's up? Thank you for the 5 giftos there. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, Tizzy too. Love your I just love your content too. I actually love your sense of humor.
I think Tizzy has a new video out. I haven't seen it yet, but I saw that a new video dropped. So just want to point that out to everybody. I just saw it today. So maybe it dropped today. I'm not sure, but there is a new video out. So go and check that out because I don't know if Tizzy got her demonetization thing figured out yet, but definitely go and support her.
Yeah, love to you. You know, and all the creators fighting out there too. to get your stuff back. We're trying to make, my approach has been just make lots of noise and try to shame them. I don't think shaming the media will help, but when you shame them, it brings other people to come and shame them too.
Right.
I figure if I make it, and there have been a lot of channels that you just keep noting what you keep arguing with YouTube, because people are having that. They'll be stuck for, weeks or even further, and then people will have that workout. So just you keep fighting there. What's up, Sheila? Thank you for the 40 there. Appreciate that. See that. I'm not sure if you get alone time. This is for dad time, and thanks for sharing time. You're loved by many. I appreciate that. Prayers for you, the girls, and your ex. Yeah, with a lot of, I get some alone time if I want it, but after everything, I don't. We're bonded in a way. It's strange, I guess, to talk about the kid. I don't know if you and a friend went through something like that together, you would be really bonded, and you're already bonded with your kids. But me and the oldest, we really, we have like different levels of the house, and we got to the point in those last days, where we would have to, I took the lock off. We have a basement door that rolls down, which it's not like a basement. It's just another level of house. I use it for the office.
Like a family room.
Yeah. And I took the lock and turned it around where you could lock it from the inside, and they would come here with me. And I would try to, when these bad things would go on, I would, if I thought, like, again, you could just see the escalation, the days, even if they weren't bad, the drinking and stuff. So through all of that, the girls and we bonded in a different way. We bonded over some horrible stuff, but it created something. I like being around the girl. That, I guess for me, it makes me feel safer too. I don't know how to explain that, but they're in that safe place. If they're safe and calm and good, it makes me feel safe and calm and good. I guess that's the best way to say that. But I appreciate you saying that, and that's really, love that y'all look out for me. Thank you, man. Thank you for sending 10 as well through PayPal. Thank you, Tom. You're most wonderful dad and human being. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Wishing you and your special girls the very best of everything. Much love for you all from family in the UK. Well, thank you. That is, like I said, I do appreciate that from you. It means a lot. I don't really know. I hope that comes across all the time, but it does. Proud auntie, thanks for the 2. I have 3 tiny cactus pots. One spilled last night. Is your cactus okay? I've got some tiny ones that sit in the windowsill, and I knocked one over, and it fell in the dishwashing liquid one day. I was like, no, it's going to die.
No.
Yeah. And
I think it's funny that you like prickly cactus plants and spiders. You are a funny dude.
Yeah. Well, actually, I like cactus, though. They're hard to kill. They really are. That's why I like the fact that I can accidentally knock a piece off a cactus and just replant it, and it grows. It's amazing to me, But yeah, I love my snakes and my spiders. I like
like those hard prickly things and the weird, like it's funny. It's funny.
I like that unwanted pets too,
like scary stuff all around.
Yeah. And my kids like it too. It's funny. The oldest, she has half a dozen hissing cockroaches. Well, hissing roaches. She tells me not to call them cockroaches. Yeah, she's like, don't call them cockroaches. They're not cockroaches. They're roaches.
How dare you?
Yeah. What a monster. Hey, Valor News, thanks for the vibe there. Thanks for the inspiration to keep creating videos. Heck yeah, man. It helped getting recognition from Team Mug that there's a problem with growing on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's many problems out there. And I'm hoping that as we try to share, first of all, we try to shout out people. There's so many channels. It's hard to know all of them sometimes, but we are trying our best to help people out now too. Ray, thanks for the 10 there. Hey, Tug, I just realized that your birthday is the same day as my anniversary. Heck yeah, that's awesome. It'll be 22 years this year. We celebrated our 30th. That is awesome, Lorraine. Remind me on the 15th, or remind me the day before, or whatever. Remind me, and I will 100%. I'd love to celebrate that with you guys. Again, I love celebrating milestones with you folks. So that is awesome too. Let's see. What's up, Tris? Thanks for the 5. Keto Brains arrived. Tried it.
Awesome.
Laverne and Shirley style. Added it to Coke. That's awesome.
Really? How did that
flavor.
work? Actually, that would probably be
never
pretty
tried it with
good because it would be like a Coke float.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, I have gotten though. I don't like. I've told Megan this minute. I don't like coffee. You know, I'm not a coffee drinker. But you know what? I've been drinking coffee with that. I like it in there. It has a good taste. It doesn't overwhelm.
I don't
it.
now. I have a problem. I don't like coffee without it now.
Yeah. Well, that's my thing. I hate coffee. Like normally, I like chai tea. That's usually what I drink. But I've been drinking that with coffee every day. I've been doing it twice a day, and I've always hated coffee. So it's just amazing to me that I've found an additive that I like, and I do feel like my brain is clearer in the days. You know, I do. I feel like it's coming together a little more, which is awesome.
I've heard some yesterday. So I think it was either this morning or yesterday in Jay's chat. One of the people in the chat said they got theirs and they tried it, and she was suffering from, she's had like 6 disc issues in her back. So she's in pain all day long, every day. She said, I'm still going. I've been going all day and I'm still going on my feet, which is like incredible.
I felt though, so this was weird. Again, I don't know what to, I don't want to say there are some miracle thing, but something's different, you know, like for example, today, I mean, I've been going so much lately that this morning when I set my alarm, I was like, man, I'm gonna lay down for another hour. And I set it to PM instead of AM. So I slept for a couple more hours. And, you know, when I wake up like that, I usually feel like trash, right? But I woke up and I felt good. I mean, I feel rested, and I've not added any, like the thing that really catches me with that is I've not added anything else but that. So.
Right. Yeah, me either. And I made it through an entire week without napping, which I haven't done in a really long time. So that's awesome.
The little one keeps having to open the door. It's funny because I'll mute. One day I'll mess up and it'll be loud because they can't hear me from down here. So I have to be like, close the door. You know? And I will deafen people one day when I do it. But it's funny, you can hear it open, and I'll be like, close the door, and you hear it slam shut. Bam, bam. She's just testing it to see if she can get away. It's hilarious. But yeah, I love the flavor. Sending it with hubs for tomorrow's commute home. That's awesome. Tell us what you like, you know, if there are positive, if you notice positives. First of all, tell us, like, if you like it, that is great. And I am curious what you notice with it, because again, I've been really thrilled with that. Yeah, Buck Naked, thanks for the 2 there. Yeah, Mimi's Mogwise, she likes Gremlins, huh? Yeah, that's why I actually liked that name, because I thought, ooh, Gremlins, you know. That's exactly there. Adair, thanks for the 2. Put up the banner up with the links. Yeah, I didn't banner up today just because of the comments, you know, what I was talking about. I didn't want to be like, hey, you know, let me talk about this horrible subject. By the way, buy some, you know, it just, it didn't seem proper. I do want you, if you want to pick up now, I will put it on now. But I just didn't feel like it was, you know, proper with that. But it also has my other stuff on there too. But it is, I really appreciate Keto Brands too, because they have been a great sponsor. These people, we will talk about this tomorrow, but these people really tried to take our sponsor. They tried to cancel us with them, and Yeah. And the sponsor's been like, nah, no thanks. So
Yeah, Molly's really cool, and we're gonna have to have her on sometime so she can
oh yeah.
answer your questions about keto brains because she's the expert, and I know you guys will love her. So I'll get that set up soon. But
Indeed.
yeah, we're gonna talk about that tomorrow.
Oh man, hey Lee, by the way, thank you. Sent 15 through Venmo. Thank you for sharing, even though you should never have to. I've been through similar with my mother's. Praise not much, but thank you. It is the world of what it is. You know, it's not just an amount. It's the fact people send love, man. That's awesome. And tomorrow, I will. I'm gonna take the girls out and do something fun. I get to spend every day with my kids. You know, I had a long road, but right now this is my life. I get to spend every single day. Like I'll do our school stuff and then we get to go do fun things and everything. And the reason I get to do that is because you folks. So it's awesome. You know, it's great on the back end of that for sure. And thank you, by the way, Adair. Thank you for mentioning. Typically with the banner thing, that it made me think about it at the end here, but typically I would want to put it up the whole time. So thank you. Well, thank you for the two. Luring center mouth.
The leering center math. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Thanks, Pirates.
We like to leer here. We're,
you know
we're
what
all leering together.
That is the greatest meme ever. You know?
I know. Leering center. It's the best.
I love it. Blue Eyes, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships there. Thank you, Blue Eyes, by the way. Appreciate you quite a bit. Thank you. I always love your avatar too. Love it. Jamazing. Hey, that's a great name. Thanks for the 6 months there. I appreciate you both. Well, you know what? Appreciate you too. Thank you. Cynthia, thank you for the 14 months there. Oh, sending love. Well, hey, love returned. I appreciate it. Thank you. Angela, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership and welcome to Tugs Thugs. And hey, Angela, it is great to see you. I hope you are doing fabulously, by the way. You know, I hope everything's going okay. Look at that. 43 months. You know, just that's a wild amount of time there. Love to you, Tug, Lug, and Bug. Life is harder than usual sometimes. Yeah. And I hope they just let your family on. Indeed. I don't expect them to ever back off. I just don't want them setting the script, Megan, it's almost 10. If you do need to go for real, I don't want you hanging around thinking you have to hang out because of the subject. I'm just making sure, I am good.
All right. I'll jump in a bit when I need to, but so
I know
far,
you're sticking around. Look,
nothing's happening so far.
I know, but
I'm
Megan's good friend. Look, Megan sticks around. This is when this first came up and I had to talk about, a while back, I had to bring up some stuff with it. I had trouble talking about that very first time. Like I didn't talk about this, but I talked about a little bit of something going on. And Megan, to her credit, like popped in on a weekend out of nowhere and freaking, made a few jokes and lightened the fucking mood a little bit, which was great. And then popped back off, which I did. I appreciated quite a bit. But now you've been a good friend, Megan. I think people should know that.
Well, you've been a good friend too. So, makes me mad when people try to fuck with you. Yeah. Makes me real mad. You won't like me when I'm mad.
Well, that's what I thought. When they went after your kids, I was like, you fucking scumbags. I will set your life on fire, people. This is my job now. That's all like all those things that people were like, Tugs and monster and stuff. I was like, that was me with another job. Like I haven't really gotten to prove that I'm a monster with that one. Would they like to be the first?
Yeah, right.
Hey, what's up? Love, thank you for the 43 months. That's awesome there. Keto Brains Day 2. Productivity is super high. Even got kids to extracurriculars on time and enjoying making dinner. That is awesome. I'm telling you, I feel like I have stepped into a miracle elixir or something.
I know, me too. Like I know what you mean by productivity being high. I have not, and I haven't really wanted to say this because I didn't want it to be like, I was like, well, maybe it's just a blip. But I have not been taking my ADHD meds and I haven't noticed.
That
Now, normally I would notice, like
Yeah.
I would be like, I can't think, I can't get stuff done. But I haven't taken them. I think I've taken it twice in 2 weeks, which is really not much for me. So yeah, and I can think. So that's really something. I think it really does help with the ADHD.
Well, I mean, it's a mental thing. So, and again, that is not medical advice in any shape or
Yeah,
form.
obviously talk to your
just to say.
doctor.
Yes, for sure.
But
no,
when you take ADHD meds too, most of the time your doctors will tell you to take a vacation from it. You're not supposed to take, you take weekends off or whatever, so you don't build up a big tolerance or whatever. And I've just been able to have those days off and not feel like I'm a loser, who can't get anything done.
Right. That is such a terrible feeling, with
right.
With like thinking, man, like if I don't do this, it's got to
like
feel
I
good to
should
have
be
something
doing
else.
I
Yeah.
should be doing this, or why is the laundry crawling up the wall and I'm staring at it but I can't make myself do anything about it. That's a problem. And if you need meds to take care of it, you need meds to take care of it. But I'm telling you, a couple of cups of keto brains and I'm like, my laundry's done.
Actually, I was we went through like last night. I like to clean at night. I got like just the cleaning bug if I'm up for it. And last night, I was looking at the productivity that I had last night. I cleaned off like counters and I mean just stuff that I'd been putting off for a bit. Things that that I've been putting off since with court. One of the things they had made me basically lock in my home and everything else. Like, so certain room, I couldn't do anything with rooms, clean them out, do anything with the house, So now after everything is done with that, I'm trying to, get everything back to a certain place. I'm like, oh my God, this is a lot of horrible work.
Yeah.
I felt good though in the last week, 2 weeks, God, has it been, how long have we had that now?
I've had it for like 2 or 3 weeks. I think you've had it for
Oh,
2. I've had it for 3. You've had it for 2.
Yeah, I was like, has it been long?
I've already ordered my next bag. Like I'm getting down
I need
to
to get
bottom.
the
So it
creatine.
must have been a month.
I gotta get the creatine.
Yeah, you do. Did you ask for it? You're supposed to.
I haven't yet. I need to hit them up. I just forgot about it. But I need that for the way my legs feel sometimes.
Yep.
I get
the
that.
muscle recovery is noticeable
I tell you.
immediately.
That venular thing I was talking about where I get that under my
Yeah.
skin like that. Okay. My recovery time is always about 5 days. But in the last time it happened, right in the middle with that, it took me a day and a half and it's gone. Like I get a browning to my skin around my ankles, but they're like, yeah, there's nothing really we can do about it. So, but I
Jeez.
see that. Yeah. I mean, it's always there, but I can see that gross. And again, it's from all that stuff, but it takes me, I have to stay off my legs and everything for 5 days. It's miserable. I'm like, how do I do that with kids? But it went away. A day and a half. I never have had it go along that well. So I haven't added anything else. So
Right. That's awesome.
but
You should tell Molly that, and because she'll be able to tell you why that is too. I'm sure
Okay.
she's really knowledgeable
Good
about
deal.
this stuff. I can't
And
wait to have her on. Actually, I gotta call her.
thank you for your input there. Thanks, Mug fam. Love you. I love you too. Even with the y'all, still fallen hero. Hey, what's up, brother? Thank you for the gifted membership, and thank you for being here always. Again, these people that are constants, I really like. If I know you, I appreciate that constant. Just a second, I saw another notification come in. I've been trying to catch all the. I really appreciate like you do with the voice stuff that comes in.
The super tips, yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that with anybody that sends in something through a link because it gives us more of it. So it's much appreciated.
Yep.
Beat it. Thank you for the 5 there. That is awesome of you there. It's not much. My heart hurts for you. I'm an addictive. That's what saved me from exiting the The struggle I have is thanks to the ones that put me in this world. Love and prayers. I get it, man. I had a pretty awful stepfather. I don't ever want to get into that subject, but my first stepfather was pretty awful. And I think sometimes when you're around that, one of the things I noticed is when things started getting bad, like, I don't know, I didn't notice it as much, like maybe like a normal, like if I'd never been through that, maybe it would have just been like, I don't know, but whatever. Simply Me Connie, thanks for the 20 there. Group hug. You don't have to tell us we love you. I know I don't, but I do have to. I can't let them set the narrative because first of all, what they want to do is they want to make me the bad guy in this. And I'm like, no, man, I'm not the bad guy in this situation. Like, I know like some of these people want me to be a bad guy. Make me a bad guy for something else because this one ain't on me, In fact, I told Megan when this came up, I was like, why pick that? This fucking thing makes me look like a fucking saint, like this is the wrong thing to pick.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, if they thought this was going to do damage to you, I don't know why they would think that.
No.
They obviously didn't read what's in the report.
Yeah, no.
Really, it just makes me feel sad for your ex that this had to be public when there's no real need for it to be.
Well, I knew. What's crazy is even, like I said, when it first came up, there were people that gave unsolicited, like, DV, like a woman doing this, like, why would you ever, stupid shit like that. But it came and went, it was stupid. I couldn't talk about it, so I couldn't like say anything about that. But it came and went. And it wasn't like these people, the way they would do it, Nobody would have done what these people will try to do.
Right.
Like when people, like, again, if you read the thing, it mentions the kid, it mentions drunk driving with a kid. It's one line in there, but it mentions it in the report. That's why, it makes me mad that the police didn't do anything because it is mentioned in the report and it is it's their job. And again, it all worked out at the end, but it did it in spite of them. If it happens to another person, and on top of it, so I'll tell you another fucked up thing. Did you know that a person can domestically abuse you and you still have to pay alimony to them? Did you know that?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So I had to pay every
month. Hold on.
I had to pay.
I don't think it would be the same if it was the other way around.
Well, probably
I think
not,
it's just if you're a man.
Yeah. I had to pay, I forget how much every month to someone with all of this going on. And I had the kids, so it was me raising the kids alone. I did not get any help. Now with this too, right now, I don't want any help. Like right now, I want her to focus on her life and get her shit sorted, so that's not, I'm not talking about it in the now. Okay.
Yeah.
But then, I'm saying in the moment, the court was like, yeah, you can pay money and we're not talking, I get it for a few months, until you can get on your feet or whatever. But no, they were like, until we finish, which could be months, it could be years. And it was years is what it was. That's what it ended up being. And, I mean, again, to her credit, after a while, she was like, I don't want anything, you're taking care of the kids and everything. That's fine. But the courts, that wasn't what they wanted. They said, you've got to do that. And I mean, on top of DV, there should never be a situation where, those two things link up. And I do think if I ran into a lot of stuff as a guy, there's no, the advice they like, there was no, in Tennessee, they're into this, how they give you shelters and all that stuff. Like they have to give it to you, right? Mm-hmm. They had to, when they were going over everything, they were like, they said the shelter thing, and they're like, no, and they scratched that out. Why? Because there's no place for men to go if I would have needed it. There would have been no shelter. Yeah, because it's all for women. It's no for men.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I thought that was crazy there. But hey, thank you, Simply Connie. Appreciate it. K-Rab, what's up? I can't. Is that crab? I know you've said that.
I know. I always say K-Rab too, and it might be just crab. I don't know why we say K-Rab. I don't know.
But I've said it forever, and it's no K-Rab.
It's too late. It's K-Rab now.
It's always K-Rab forever. Thanks for the 20 there. So sorry. It's okay to be emotional. We understand. I don't like being emotional. I don't like feeling things like that. As I get older, I feel more. So it pisses me off. Like when I'm watching a movie and it makes me sad. I'm like, fuck this movie. I hate this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it there. SF, thanks for the 5. Fuck the antis for making me have to tell this. I think I remember when it happened. You never said what happened, but the things happened. Yeah, indeed. And I mean, like I said, there's a lot more to a story, but I'll probably never tell it. I'm not going to, I think when my daughter gets older, she will probably talk about some stuff just because that's just, that's just how things will go, I'm sure. But I will never talk about the rest of anything unless there's something in like if a document came up or something that something was in, then obviously I would talk about it. But otherwise, I don't. It's not a clout issue or anything else. And I will never fucking call myself. There's nothing wrong with saying this, but I will never note myself as a victim or anything like that. I'm not a victim. I'm just a fucking person. I hate that word. But thank you for the support with that SF. L. Laura, thanks for the 10. My heart goes out to you, Tunk. I got sober from alcohol in 2021. Best damn thing I ever did. Amen. Hugs and love to you and the girls. I don't think people realize how bad alcohol really is. If you look at the statistics of abuse and look at how many of those are alcohol are involved in, that's the eye-opening statistic when you go into it. So it's great. It's great that you yourself, and again, I'm not saying you had anything else but got clean, but I'm glad for you. Also the health and everything else. That's great. 2012, thanks for the 5. Tongue, your family to me. Yeah, you too, brother. I appreciate you. And one day we should meet face to face, talk. We have a lot in common on things. You're not alone. Hugs to both of you. Indeed. Well, thank you, brother. You've been around for a long time. In fact, you've been around since almost the beginning, man. 2012's been here. God, I mean, since the early days, probably in the top 30, like the first 30 people that were ever in my chat. So 2012 is like a family there. And thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Polar Clark, thanks for the 10. I have a similar story as you, Tug, except my ex was a serial abuser reported over a dozen different men as perps. I dropped over $100K in legal fees. She was a paralegal in pro se. That's awful, man. I mean, I had certain things. Again, I would blame it on lawyers, but they tried that. I mean, it's just that I knew what was coming to a point. I actually didn't. Nobody's ready for the court soon, but I knew the way it would go, and I recorded for months, so I had a lot there. But God, I can only imagine, dude. I hope you're okay now, Polar Spark. Love you, brother. Archie's mom, thanks for the 5. Children are lucky to have you. Your ex is lucky to have you. I hope speaking out starts the healing process for you. Much respect and love. Well, I appreciate it. By the way, I'm in a good place mentally. I do think it probably helps just to set the record straight and stuff. And maybe it does help to talk about stuff and not have that piece hidden in there. But we have moved forward. The kids, again, there's still a lot of baggage. You don't set it all down, but we are moving forward, and thank you. I appreciate it. 2012, thanks for the 2. My bio dad drank himself into the grave. That's awful, man. That is awful. A lot of people do that though, dude. They do, and that's awful, man. Love to you, brother. Hesha, thanks for the 20. My heart is broken for you having to even tell us all of this. It angers me that the anti-hell scumbags have no moral compass. Doug, you and the girls are loved in this community. We all support you and are protective of you. I know, man. I know how you guys are. Everybody, like I said, I feel like I feel it every day. People hit me up all the time and I'll share your story. You know what? A lot of you have been through much worse than I have. So love to all of you. Christine, thanks for hugs to you, Tug, and the girls. And I can flock. That's one of the things I love about this too. Flock yourself. That song, I love it.
Flock all the way off.
Yep, flock all the way off. Try to hide their nonsense behind.
Flock him, flock them, flock everybody.
Flock their, those mother flockers. Yes,
mother
exactly.
flockers.
Love it. What's up? Hey, love. Thank you for the 5 there. God bless your family, Tug. As a survivor of generational violence and personal addiction, my heart recognizes the struggle. Prayers for healing and love. Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, again, I really do hope people will, again, the one thing I want, people leave. They can find my ex, they find her name on stuff. Just leave her alone. And I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to those people because she's not going to be a weapon for you,
Until all they're going to do is just upset her. And there's just no point in that.
And they've already done this, they've done it. They tried it before. They just wrote her and Craig, thank you too. I do appreciate that. Craig, what's up? Thanks for the hundo. Thank you there. Tug, we have your back. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You can hear in your voice the love you have when Bug and Log come in the chat. Stay strong, man. Oh, well, I do appreciate it. Like I said, I'm in a good place in life right now. I have the greatest job in the world. Hopefully this job, it remains until, until I guess I expire. Hopefully I see my kids grow up with it and I can do this the whole time because it's amazing. I love covering stuff. It took me a long time to find the thing that I'm passionate about. And you folks, you're the ones that make it possible. So thank you. Monica, thanks for the 18 months I have been here. Longer than, oh yeah, of course. It only records like a fraction, so thank you there. Appreciate you. Hey, K-Rap, thanks for the 48 months there. Thank you for that. You definitely had a concussion. I'm sure I did, man. I'm sure I did. I went through one and slept for a long time. I remember weird bits and pieces. Love you, the girls. We have your back. Well, thank you there. Appreciate it. I another thing after that, I don't know. I pick up like that delay I have in my voice, where I stop sometimes. That became the way it is after all of that stuff too. So I always wonder now again, doctors never helped out with any of that, but hey, man, yeah. But yeah, I'm sure it was a concussion there for sure. 2012, thanks for the 2. Tug, dang right. Not a therapist, your family. Love you. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it bothers me when people trauma dump. I think it's the word people use, when they use their chat like like they're a therapy tool. I don't, if I want I would hire a therapist. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be like, yo, hey folks, like let me tell you about this horrible thing. But yeah, a lot of you are family. I appreciate it too, man. Cindy, thank you for the 2 there. There's not a statement attached. Big statement though. Thank you for that, Cindy. I appreciate it. Patrick, thanks for the 10 there. Use this to go to a park, watch the sunrise or sunset with both the girls. I'm going to put a ray of sunshine on Tug, Bug, and Lug. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we do a lot of fun stuff together. I take them to everything. I take them like to Cookville, I will talk about, or Murfreesboro, and I'll probably take them somewhere tomorrow. You put a good cap on it for everything. Thank you. Green Veggie, thanks for the 20 there. Unfortunately, men get assaulted. Relationship face a harder battle than women. I've seen a husband assaulted with a frying pan to the point of concussion. The law would not issue a protective order.
You could
I had an
kill
issue.
somebody with a frying pan, for God's sake.
A thing that the law also did. Okay, when we the courts said to set up bank accounts a certain way, right? Like you have to divide, you have to do this or you have to do that. Well, there was an issue where one of my bank accounts was accessed, let's say. Again, there was a lot of anger in these moments, so I'm not saying this I'm just talking about the courts, okay? Well, my bank account was accessed, and there was a lot of money taken out where the place was like, that's fraud. That's absolutely fraud. You have your own bank account, whatever. It doesn't matter if you're still in a relation. It doesn't matter. Well, the police were like, not our problem. So I thought that was really interesting. They just, they made it really clear that it didn't matter what happened. And I got so frustrated with all of that stuff that I told our last DA, who is now out, I told him that if I had to spend the rest of my life getting out of office, I would. And luckily, he got fired before I had to try to make that good. Because he's he would have probably tried to make my life hell for sure. But, they, their staff was so bad that when I reported something and I asked them to do something about it, one of their staff members laughed about the situation. They thought it was just so funny that they were really that rude. So,
God.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Man, 2012. Thanks for the two there. Mug can beat addiction. Prayers for wins. Indeed. I think, that's the original name of Mug. People used to be like Mom Umbrella. Now, I also like that we have Mug for this because it's, that was when that name came up, that was when all this stuff was happening too, when people would say that. So it took a bad time and it rebranded it. So I'm glad we have like our mug thing with that, It's a lot better there. SF, thanks for the 5. I believe they want something bad to happen to your ex. They do. They want to drive, just like Jeremy Hales, I believe. They want to drive them to end themselves. Yeah. Then they will spin it as your fault because you talked about the antis. Oh, yeah. There are a lot of bad people out there. If you ever want to look up some of the sites that are out there and look up what they've tried to do to people like us, the people that talk. Look at people trying to drive people to end themselves and stuff. And that's what these awful people will do. And then they play, oh, I didn't do anything. Ugh. Holler Spark, thanks for the 5. You're giving them too much credit. They're aware that Tug is the victim. The antis are just so evil, they'll hurt your kids and ex just for the drama. Well, that's true too. Yeah. This just won't go their way. That's the problem. Like me, I figured when I talked about it, that would, fuck them. AKA the Catlin. Thanks for the 5. Tug, you're giving me so much comfort and stability, knowing that I can always depend on you being here. Your presence has allowed me to heal. Thank you. Well, I very much appreciate you saying that. Again, that goes both ways. Said I've gone, not many people ever know. Again, Megan, for her part, appreciate her. If I've ever had a bad day or anything, I could talk to her about it. I can I can bend her ear on it if it's bad. She will answer the phone if it's like a terrible thing. And she's probably one of 3 people in the world to know about some crazy shit, but she's always been with that stuff. So, I mean, I get it. I get when, sometimes you gotta have people there. And that's one of the reasons I like being here all the time too. Thank you. Hazel Monte Engel. See, isn't that a great name? That name just flows. Isn't it great? Thanks for the 5. Love it. I do too. Every time I say it, I have to say it all. Thanks for the 5. Super hugs to you, Tug and fam. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Shield Maiden, thanks for the 41 months. That's awesome. Thanks for 41 months there. Appreciate that. So much love and respect for you, Tug. Well, hey, back at you. And I appreciate all y'all's, people just send me nice messages a lot and stuff. I just appreciate it. 2012, thanks for the 2. They make chat and Tug stronger. That is true too. Well, they can't. There's nothing.
Tug's like Hydra. You cut off one head, another one grows back with a better mask.
I'm just like, after all of that, there ain't nothing you can do to me. You know?
No, there
I
really
mean,
isn't.
really.
There really isn't. I'm gonna
Uh,
jump. I'm gonna
all right.
jump. I gotta go. But I'm proud of you
I
for
appreciate it. Hey,
getting
can you
through
hold this
this.
for 1 minute before
Sure.
I'm just gonna make sure the kiddo doesn't, you know,
Of course.
fall asleep in a chair or something. All right, be right back.
Okay. Chat. You guys are you're holding it down tonight. You're doing good. Appreciate you. This is a tough stream. It's tough. It's tough. I was not I mean, I knew it was gonna be hard, but it's nice that you guys are here with your stories of God, a lot of you have been through a lot of really hard stuff. So thanks for sharing that. I feel very blessed because I have not had these types of traumatic experiences other than with, friends of mine. But I thank God because perhaps that's why I'm in a position I'm in to be able to offer support to the people around me that I love who are having these difficulties and who do have these traumatic experiences. It's awful. And it's amazing how many of my friends are going through similar things or who have gone through similar things. It's tough.
All right.
All
right. Get out of here.
Everything
Go do
good?
your thing.
All
That's
right.
good. Everybody's good. All right. I appreciate you, Megan, by the way.
All right. See ya.
That's it. What's up, Polar Spark? Thanks for the 5. Nevada is the only state where men have the advantage for custody and divorce due to casino bosses. Well, you know what? Kentucky put in a 50-50 and in there, 50-50 custody, and it chopped the divorce rate in almost half. And there are a lot of people out there that are like, well, that's because women have to stay with blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, if you look at the statistics, it's very close statistically. I'll just go with that. For men and women with relations, very close. So for people to play the men or women game is very nasty. And yeah, it's sad the way that goes together. And thanks for the 5 there. Tongue won this one, not the fats. That's right. And I guess on the chat this morning, girls, the mom. Hashtag hugs for tugs. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, they were dumb to, I couldn't believe they would want to do this one. Like this one was a dumb one. A dumb one. A tight line. Thanks to the 2. I sent it PayPal because YouTube wouldn't allow it. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it, tight line. I did see that. I appreciate your comments. They're funny. They always get a laugh out of me. And again, there have been crazy days that honestly I could use a laugh. And I try not to ever show them. Some days you might notice, but I do. Your stuff is funny. I always love it. Brett is a puzzler. Thanks for the 16 months. The things they accuse others of doing are the things they do. That's right. They need to concentrate on fixing their lives, but they can't do so destroying others. That's right. The crazy thing is, again, with protective orders, Jeremy Hales has a protective order. He's had one, and these people are fucking monsters. They do monstrous things. And when they talk about they don't know anything about the law. They're just lucky, like, in the fact that, honestly, law enforcement just doesn't give a shit most of the time. They should, but they don't. So, Miss Erica, thanks for the 5. Love to you and the girls. I know from experience how hard this is to talk about. Sorry to force you to have to do this. Indeed. Also, I carry this extra component with it because I know that me talking about stuff has weight. I can do harm, if it feels like I'm pointing it at somebody and I don't want to, I had hate for a while in me and all kinds of other emotions because of all of this, but it all just turned into kind of sadness in the subject for real. And I hope that we get better, and hopefully in getting better, You know, she'll be there for the girls, for herself, and everything. So, yeah. Tizzy, thank you for the 5 giftos there. Thank you, Tizzy. I appreciate you. Appreciate giftos too. I love it. I love that other people are giving that love there. I appreciate it. Tinsel, what's up, Tinsel? Thanks for the 7 there. It's nobody's business. They're just very nasty people. We love your tongue. Don't let them get to you. Oh, they don't ever get to me. I appreciate that. And yeah, you're right. It's not business, but I live my life on the microphone. I knew that one day, I'm actually glad that this didn't become a subject a while back. That was my nose spray, by the way. That was it. But I'm glad it didn't become a subject back then because I can talk about it now. There was a while that I couldn't talk about this stuff either. You know, I couldn't bring it up. I couldn't talk about it at all. But thankfully now I can. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. It is some rough talk sometimes too. You know, it does become a hard subject. But hey, Puzzler, thanks for the time. Why do bad memories persist more than good ones? It's the way that it's human nature. It's kind of like the thing, you know, I talked about with therapy. Always did an object lesson with folks. If you got everything, say you wished for gold, this would be the easiest way. But imagine everything you ever wished for in a room, you know? A lot of people wish for money and stuff. So imagine that it's full of money. And they have it all there. You put them in the chair in the middle of it all, admiring it, and you release a few flies. Just a few little flies, right? And those flies buzz around. And when they're buzzing around, at first you notice all the great things. But after a while, you notice the flies. That's on the best of days. We notice the flies. On the worst of days, sometimes it feels like that's all that's there, the flies. And those days will be the ones that we hang on to. That's just human emotion. You know, we hang on to them, unfortunately, better than the best days of our lives do. So it is part of the human condition. Rest in B-Phase. What's up? Thanks for the 6 months there. From one survivor to another, like those asshats for violating your family's privacy so egregiously. You know, with dignity, much respect. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, I mean, I could be, again, if you'd asked me a year ago, I'd have been angry. Yeah, I'd probably said angry things, you know. But I can look at it now, I guess, differently. A little more wisdom. And anger, you know, all that anger does is it eats you. Nobody else benefits from your anger. You know, you don't benefit from it, and nobody does. The only person, you know, who suffer for it. So I'm glad I can handle it the way I have. But I got lucky where I'm at in life too. Tizzy dropped 10 more gift up. Man, Tizzy, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Tizzy. Those are awesome. And again, I love that the chat's very supportive and great. And I know a lot of you have been through horrible stuff too. I know I've heard many of your stories, and I'm sure there are many, many more that I've never told them. But we all get together. We have fun. Typically, we don't talk. Again, I also don't like talking about it because I like to run a funny show most of the time. Or I'd rather talk about, I don't like being the story. You know, sometimes we jokingly become the story, but what a way. But Polar Spark thinks about. We understand, Tug. Get your back, your family, and Megan to spot her jail time. Indeed. Lock her up. But don't throw away the key. That's right. 22L thanks for the 5. Take all the time you need whenever you need it, for all you do for others. It's right for us to do this for you. Thanks. I appreciate that, man. Chat gives some 1s for Tug. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know, like I said, I spent a lot of the time that I needed before. I spent it here, you know. I needed a catharsis. I needed some moments. This has been a long stream too, I know. I don't have any, I didn't know how to structure today. Usually I structure live streams, but this is just, like I said, it wasn't a subject I was going to talk about ever, really. But when it came up, I thought, well, It is something we should talk about. Again, a lot of what happened is not captured in police reports. And the worst in it, I hated it. I guess one of the worst things about it all, if I wanted to leave, and I thought about it, I could have just walked out the door. And I said I was going to a few times, but I would have had to leave the girls. And God, that was such a horrible thought. Obviously I wouldn't do that. And I didn't, but it's so crazy because of the situation. People that are outside of it can't realize that, again, with all of I had months and months of proof. I had videos. I had all this stuff. And even with that, I was on they treated me, the courts treated me like I was the aggressor, even with arrest and everything. And again, my lawyers told me, and 3 people, one of the guys that had custody of his kids, to tell you how bad it had to be, had his ex pull a pew on him and the kids, and they awarded him. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't know. Like, again, I did get the kids now for a while, but they were going to, the courts were like, well, because I'm competing with the word mother. And again, when I say this, I'm not aiming at the person. I'm ranting about the system with this. Through that, they were the judge down here, by the way, the piece of shit that he is. He has a very sketchy past too. He is also an alcoholic. He makes he's a philandering piece of shit. He likes to flirt with women, any women that come in, and he also likes to drink. He likes to drink a lot. So, of course, that piece of shit is, he's more than willing to ignore stuff, because if he really came down on people for alcohol, he'd have to come down on himself. But he's willing to sacrifice safety and everything else. Now, like I said, I did end up with the kids, and it was put online that, I essentially was trying to, steal my kids. That's what was floating around. And again, I would encourage y'all should look it up. You should look up That Umbrella Guy kids and look up some of the fucked up stuff, like especially like these Amber Heard supporters and stuff they were putting out, because that's what was going on in the moment. And they were putting out like weird posts online and shit, trying to, they were coming up with all these fucked up conspiracies about how, of course, I had to be stealing my kids and this and that. It was just craziness, because they couldn't for one moment. They were what you would expect. They were listening believers. And what they did throughout that is they would take, like if somebody was, again, don't look at like me in this, look at the kids. They would take a situation and they would put kids into positions where the kids wouldn't be safe. They were all too willing to cause that kind of stuff. And like I said, I had to approach it with silence. And I did. I approached it quietly for the longest time. And I'm kind of glad I did, to be honest. Because like I said, if I would have spoken then, I would have talked about this from a place of anger. It would have done nothing positive. It would have let me vent, maybe. I wish I could have talked. Again, I worked an entire year with essentially, they locked me into doing YouTube stuff. Again, the court did. They locked me into that, and they locked me into carrying I carried a full-time therapy job. They made me lock it in. They would not let me do anything else. So again, they locked me into that. They forced me to. They locked me into all these activities. God, it was fucking awful. And if it happened to me like that, I could afford good lawyers. And even with good lawyers, this is what the courts did. We only lost one hearing one time, and that was over that stupid fucking rule, whatever. But again, what they did with that is they forced me to have a psych eval and all this other stuff. And in the state, the only way you're supposed to do that is during like contested custody if there is a potential danger. And with me being the victim in this and with the kids, there should have been no way to handle that, to have it happen. But the judge did no research whatsoever in it, didn't want to hear about it, didn't know what the hearing was about. And I had to let these people into my home. I had to not just do it over online, by the way. I had to let these people, after dealing with all this, I had to let these people into my home knowing what they were going to do. They got to come in. I was nice with them. I let them sit down. We were doing some kind of game. I can't remember. We were playing some kind of board game, and they wrote in that everything everything we did, like they put some weird negative spin to it. It's fucking crazy to read. Like with us playing and my daughter she didn't understand these people were asking her questions to use against her. So they were asking her questions about all this, and she was being honest about it. And they were like, oh yeah, this is because he's tried to turn her again. And I'm like, man, she has a protective order. We have this recorded, you know that, right? But, like I said, the bridge too far for my ex was that these were the same people. They were going to try to take my girls by putting one of them in state's custody. And that, I don't know, would that have worked? Probably not. But the idea that they would try that, period, is so awful. That's how big. I can't even imagine them doing this to. I sat in and saw a few hearings where, like protective hearings, where a daughter and a mother had come in to talk. And boy, my experience was a lot different than them. Like I said, the judge just acted like I was just wasting his time. I mean, he gave him a protective order, of course, but he was just so fucking like, get on with it, basically. You're recounting the worst things that ever happened to you. And there's fucking judge that's like, essentially, there's no, again, that's what I was told by my lawyers would happen as well. They were like, they will, you can't cry. Do not cry. They will see that. They will not take that in a positive. They will see it as a negative. I was like, holy shit. So I had to make sure, like if I choked up or something, I was able to stop. It was just an awful situation. But anyway, I know I'm rambling. I don't know. This is a lot on my mind for the moment. So anyway, Tizzy, thank you. I see you dropped not only 10 gifted memberships again, thank you, but you dropped an extra 20 as well. I mean, that's amazing. Thank you, Tizzy. That is awesome. You have like dropped in so many gifted people there. Man, love you for that. Thank you. Busy Horse, thanks for the 10 there. Do you know what you won, Fleesa? An award for being top flea bag. Makes your Tug's audience hate you more. Yeah, protect him more and dig deeper for more dirty facts on you. You must be so excited to see what's coming. Indeed, you have actually gotten like my level of just disgust by these people goes up the other day. Again, I think they tried to drive Jeremy Hales to end his life. I think that's what they were trying to do. I think they were trying to drive him to end it. Because again, remember, he had protective order and everything else. And you see what they did to him. They were totally okay with not just harassing, like the level of stuff with him. It's unreal. And Jeremy Jeremy's naive in the best way. I don't say this as a negative. I say this as a positive. He's naive in the way that people are a lot of times. He actually, like when you talked to him at the beginning of this, he thought, like the way he thought the court would work and other things. It's again, I say this as a positive because he had such a well, they'll see this and they'll do this and they'll do that, and bless him. I think people like that should be protected. But I think more and more people are waking up to what the flea bags are too. More and more people that gave them money to. I've seen a lot of their folks. I've seen more and more of them over in chats. I notice a bunch of them popping up in places like Jay. Jay's an entertaining guy, and a bunch of them will pop up over in Jay's chat, you know, goofing off and stuff, and that's good. I mean, I don't care where you're at, by the way. You can listen to anybody you want. I really don't. It doesn't bother me, but they don't think that way. They ban people and more. And, you know, it's been interesting to see some of the names. I'm not going to name the specific people because I don't want to see them targeted by these folks, but it has been interesting. But yeah, they've won all kinds of fun prizes, haven't they? K-Rab, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships there. Thank you, K-Rab, man. I appreciate you. And like I said, if it was ever meant as crab, you will never be that ever again. Rhea Raya, thanks for the 5 there. Tug, you're such a good man, an amazing dad to 2 wonderful girls. I'm so proud of you. And I'm saying this personally and from your mods. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And let me say again, with my ex, when alcohol was removed, she is a great mom. So that is such a horrible thing because like she's a nice person. Like I'm a nice person to some folks, but I'm not, you know, it depends on who they are. But she was just an all around decent, nice person. And I think some of the, you know, after she had our second kid, like some of it, the things that drive you to drink, you know, there was obviously, I could see the difference. I told her to go just talk to somebody about it, but she seemed to be experiencing symptoms of postpartum. And, you know, I myself, I have been a therapist for a long time, and I will give people around me advice, but that doesn't help because a person around you, you can't hear it a lot of times from the people around you. You can only hear it from strangers, you know. I've noticed that as a reality with therapy and good advice. So like I said, I tried to get her to get help with that because again, I think she was experiencing postpartum, but I think that again, that's not to excuse behavior either. I try to look at things rationally, you know. Again, I'm not trying to, you know, I try to figure out why things happen that way. You know, ultimately they do happen, but I think a lot of it, you know, women deal with a lot of issues after childbirth. And, you know, I think some of that was that, but, you know, again, anyway, I'm just rambling. I appreciate y'all's here for tonight. Again, this subject, will anything ever come back up? I don't know. If they find documents or something, maybe. Again, there are some court documents if they dig enough. And hey, and some of the court, again, that case got erased by both of us, you know. But of course, like Lloyd, they always accuse you of horrible shit. They always do. So if they want to find some documents with some like accusation, they should look those up if they can find them. I don't know if they can, but they can try. That's the thing, like why it always bothered me, and I never got to say this, but that's what bothered me about the accusations about Jeremy Hills. You know, the ones in his divorce, because the things you get accused of in there, they don't have to be even close to real. You will just get accused of some horrible shit. I'm not saying that bad things don't happen either when I say this, but you will see, like, for a female, I saw like they are more than willing to listen to some pretty horrible shit, no matter what. Doesn't matter if it's real or not. Like courts, they don't respond to male tears, but they would definitely respond to female tears. So, with Jeremy's stuff, when they talked about I know how contentious a divorce gets. I know what gets stated, and they, to say that a divorce reflects the reality of a situation, that is not even close. So, when they talked about, again, when they guessed at some of the documents too, and they had no idea what they meant. Again, divorce is the worst place to try to look for the truth about a person, because anyone can say anything. And there's no, you realize in a divorce too, there's nothing you pay at the end. So if a person lies, what they're supposed to do, if they accuse you of something in court, they're supposed to prove it. But if they don't prove it, there is nothing that causes them to pay at the end of it. If you know what I mean? Like they're not gonna get hit with jail time or fines or anything else. It is. It's the one setup where people can accuse you of horrendous shit, and they will never be taken to task by law enforcement ever. You can't do anything about it. But anyway, thank you, Tizzy, too. I know I got on that too. I mean, thank you, Tizzy, man. I appreciate you. I love your videos too. I very much do. Thank you, Tizzy. And thank you for the 5 there. Glad you're talking about it. My dad was an alcoholic, died, and with a semi. That's awful. He crossed the center in oncoming traffic. Didn't hurt anyone else. Well, probably hurt you and other people, right? It's awful. Yeah, I mean, alcohol destroys lives. I hate it. Stacy, hey, Stacy Hart Journey, thanks for the 5 there. Every time you share your story, someone will know they're not alone. You're sharing hope. Much love to you and the girls. Well, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that is true. Like I said, when I share my stuff, I try to be careful, because I don't want a bunch of people saying that person over there is the bad guy. That's the thing I worry about with it. K-Rap, thanks for the 5. Nothing wrong with homeschooling. No, I actually think homeschooling is probably the way to go. Like, my kids read more books. Like my oldest daughter, her reading comprehension level is off the charts, and her weak point is math. So I pay every month. I pay about $100 for a math tutor, where she can sit down. She can have an hour every week where she can talk to somebody, and it helps her. So I've got her a math tutor. We do it online, and it's wonderful. It works out. I could teach her math, but she has a female instructor that, I mean, she does really well with. So the other stuff, everything else, man, I mean, teaching a kid to read, write, if a kid enjoys it, they'll take it and they'll keep going with it. And I encourage my kids to read. I've always done that. I don't think the school system, I remember the school system complaining at me because I read too much in class. It wasn't the appropriate. I was like, when is the appropriate time? And I'm at school. What am I supposed to be doing? Oh, well, not the book we want you to read. Well, sorry about that, I guess. But, so with the kids, Yeah, homeschooling is a lot better. I think they learn. The different kids have different needs. Public school doesn't always. I think there's a lot left on the side of the road with that. Man, Tizzy dropped another 20 gifted membership. That's amazing, man. I bet you today, that's the other thing I love about this. When I look at today, these people thought they would cause a problem for me. They would hope they could motivate some people, to say some crazy thing. First of all, they hoped it would cause stress and pressure, which it did not. But also, they thought it would do damage, and instead, they have added more members and everything else to here. So, great job by them. And thank you, Tizzy. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, Lady Thurston. Thanks for the tip there. You're so strong. Been there, done that. It's hard. It is. It's hard. It is hard. Definitely. I will say it has been hard. It's hard raising 2 girls by myself. It's difficult. I mean, it is. It's hard. But that is my job as a parent. I'm not complaining in any way when I say that. I'm just saying it is. It's hard work. But I'm glad they make my life better. They're good. They're good kids too. You can tell. Hopefully anybody that hears them talk and stuff, you can tell they're good kids. They're very well loved. They got a lot of love. I mean, like I said, their mom loves them as well. She just had this problem. And John Cook, check this out. Let me show you this real fast too while I'm talking here. So John Cook was trying to get these people. This, when they say, "Oh, we weren't trying to do anything, we're trying to blah blah blah," through all of that, John Cook is like, "I wish somebody would do an interview with Tug's mother-in-law. I'd like to know her opinion on how she felt about her child being groomed." Well, as I've said, these people, they came up with they tried to share a story where they said that I was a high school therapist that met my wife when she was a teenager, which is, first of all, I've never been a high school therapist. That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. And when I work with kids, they're assigned by the state, and they're little kids, not typically a teenager, but these are the type of people, that's what they do. They try to harm. Like, I tried to help kids, and it fucked me up inside to the point that I had to stop working with kids. But I met my wife when I was going to college, and I met her before I practiced any type of therapy. But people like John Cook, who have been accused of horrendous things by the people that he lives with, by the way, they seem to love to falsely accuse folks because, well, that's who they are. And, the ultimate thing is that they're all banded together. All of them. I mean, this whole group of people, they're just awful fuckers. But John Cook is talking about trying to contact my mother-in-law, the ex-mother-in-law, by the way. So if you think they don't want to harass people, they make it very clear they would harass anybody they could find. And by the way, John, if you harass the wrong person like her, she may come to Florida and beat the living tar out of you because she's that kind of person. She would not appreciate you messing with her, and she definitely wouldn't appreciate the things that you guys have tried to do to her grandkids either. And she would probably, like I said, go down there and beat the ever-living tar out of somebody like John Cook. Which would be funny, by the way. I do think that would be entertaining, but you try to warn them, right? You try to be like, hey, you probably don't want to do that. But they're too stupid to know what to do. So anyway, I wanted to show you that. I forgot to. Thank you, though, Lady Thurston. Appreciate you. Cindy, thanks for the 5. Hope this helps. Thanks for sharing. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and again, I wouldn't even bring this stuff up. How about these idiots, man? Mel, thanks for the 20 there. I'm glad both of you for putting the girls first. Indeed. I hope you all continue to improve. You show the world what a good man looks like. Kids should always be first. Indeed. And I have to give her like I said, love with that too. Now, like I said, through this, I'm trying to build up. I put away. What really sucks about this is my home. I was going to buy my home and give it to my girls. And I had to spend all the money that I had saved for any retirement, plus, with the girl. I had to spend it all on those 2 years to keep them safe. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. But, I try not to look backward because boy, that's depressing, Like I said, I mean, we live here, and I mean, it's ours, but I had hoped to be able to give my girls this place like forever. And I still hope like maybe I can manage that through life, but, man, lawyers got that money instead. Lawyers did. Oh, what shitty thing to pay. But yes, we finally were able to work that out, and I'm glad. Tizzy, thanks for that extra 20 again. Gosh, Tizzy, it's wild. And thank you, Tizzy, man. You are good people. Even without that, you're good people, but I appreciate it too. Polish Spark, thanks for the 5. Rumor is the group of First Amendment auditors are heading to Levy County. Maybe you should stop into the villages as well. Indeed, that would be really interesting to see. It's funny, the Levy County, Hales is not in Levy County anymore. He's left that area, I believe, which is, it's wild that people, when you have a protective order and people run you out of the area, isn't that crazy? I mean, don't you find that nuts? I'm not surprised by it, but I mean, don't you find that crazy? Like they really did. They celebrate him being out, and they talked about running him out. And for all intents and purposes, I realize it's his business, but also, I mean, you don't think that has something to do with him leaving doesn't have something to do with harassers. Crazy, isn't it? But yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Villages said, Deborah, thanks for the 20. Great man, great father. No, thank you. I appreciate it. I just, like I said, I hope, look, the one thing I would ask, if anything ever happens to me, I'm getting older, if anything ever happens to me, that, again, I've tried to put away stuff for the girls, and I've still got some stuff for them, but if something does happen to me, I hope people, again, you all will help, like, look out for them too. I know that is not your responsibility, but that is the one thing, I'm sure they have a lot of people who love them and support them. That is just the one thing through it. I don't mean like financial, I mean like support, but thank you. Tizzy, thanks for the aim. That's 100 gifted membership. Man, 100 memberships gifted with love in the community tug. Thank you. Tizzy, that is awesome of you. That may be the most one person has dropped like that too. And that is awesome, Tizzy. It sends such a valuable like message to folks too. It tells them, hey, you're part of something. And thank you. Star, thanks for the 5 there. Star Asher, I like that. Thank you. Truly amazing father. My daughter is an addict, and I worry constantly that I'll get the call and have to tell my little granddaughter, oh, I hear you. That's awful. I know a lot of people understand what I mean with that. Like, I worried that I would get the call, and I mean, I did get the call. I did get it one day, Well, let me say it differently. I called and found out, but I thought the place I would find is at the morgue when she got arrested for DUI. And there were other times that I thought I would, and I still worry about that. So, Sharon, thank you for the 5 there. We appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Again, I thank you all. Like I said, I didn't know how tonight would go. I told Megan I wasn't sure. I try not to stick to too many. I don't like being serious, but I was like, I don't know how to put this together today, but I have to do that. McDeb, thanks for the 10 there. This is for your ex. We love you too. And don't give up. Tugs people on this platform support you. Never give up. Indeed. You know, one of the things that kills me about these people too is they're always encouraging people to use substances and do everything. You know, they're always like it's just a laugh track. You know, they encourage people. They encourage the worst in people. Like, man, there are a lot of people out there that don't need to be encouraged, including them. Like Gabe, for example, he drove while intoxicated one day, you know, and they thought that was just a big fat laugh. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Why would people complain about that? I hate these people, man. I do. I do, for real. And thank you to the 5 there. My sister's an alcoholic. Scares me. I'm very happy to be really allergic to alcohol. I turn red, swell up, etc. God save me from that. Well, that is a good, at least that you can't go down that road. It's a sad place because, you know, I mean, addictions are rough go. It is. It's a rough go. A lot of people, they don't realize how bad it gets for some folks. You know, they think it's all fun and games. And it really isn't. I don't understand, like with the antis where they brought this up. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out like how they thought this would benefit them though. For the life of me, they can't play the victim in here. And even the antis have to be like, this is fucked up. Like a lot of those folks out there that are part of their shows and stuff, even they have to be like, man, this is, I mean, some of them probably not, but come on, man. Like there is no good look to this, you know? So I'm like, what do you think you're going to gain from that really? I mean, honestly, did you think like, you know, I mean, again, the report itself stated like that it made it very clear, not the bad guy. What did you think you'd get from it? Anyway, thank you, Travis. Thanks for the 5. I love you, Tug. After birthday, I'm going to detox myself from rehab. It sucks. Just realized I was drinking more than normal. So I'm going to try and get fixed, bro. That's good, man. You know, oh, look, you've done a lot too. And I'm proud of you, brother. I am. I've watched you talk about like where things were. And I've watched you fix your life, brother. You know, and yes, it is a work in progress, man. We all are a work. Look, one of the reasons I don't want to brigade or talk about like with, again, I don't judge people for a substance either, man. I've had issues with that. It's a rough struggle. It is a rough struggle. Been there, done that. Luckily, I never had a problem with alcohol because I just never liked alcohol. I don't like hangovers. So I've never had that thing in me, but I've had it with other stuff. And, you know, like I said, it's not my place to judge people, but man, watching people do great and, you know, want to change, man, like I said, you've done a lot, brother. And I am proud of you. I really am proud of you. I can't say that enough, man. You know, I've watched you in the chat for a long time. Take who you were and change it into this thing. A lot of, you know, and I don't think you give yourself enough credit either, brother, because a lot of people fail. They fail because not because they're addicts, but they fail because they don't want to change. And you notice the problem, you change it. And when you notice stuff like that, dude, you just remember one thing. I think the old statement, it's very good for addicts, you know. And I look at this for myself. You have another relapse in you, right? We all would have a relapse in us, but you know what? We might not have another recovery in us. We're all getting old, man. Even young, like, you know, it'd be a problem, but like at a certain age, man, just we remember that, and you be safe. And I'm proud of you, man. I love you, brother. Mark, thanks for the 5. Dude, I appreciate the heck out of you, Mark. Mark does. God. You know what? Mark, Allison, I watch So You Don't Have To. And I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out, okay? Also, certain mods that have been like Laura B. Man, you guys, again, have been going to locals and you have been pumping that place up and you've been making it where we keep a log of everything that's going on. And I am very proud of you folks. You know, it's a little bit of extra work, I know, but you guys have been doing it, a lot of you. And look, I want to give Laura B. Like I said, you know, when I wandered off, you know, last year, so some of the stuff I was doing wasn't just health. I've been dealing with this stuff too. I dealt with it for a while. So when things fell off, when I didn't do certain things, it's because I couldn't do anymore. You know, I was doing all this other stuff and I just couldn't do anymore, you know. So some of that is part of the reason. And a lot of people, you know, they didn't just, how will I say it? They didn't give up on me doing stuff. They stayed there and they try to help me. And there are a lot of you out there. So I appreciate you folks. Anyway, I'm opening my feels today. I don't like streams like that. Pickle Take, thanks for the find there. So very happy. I had gastric bypass surgery. And I know what it did to my drinking. I turned it into a cheap day. Yeah, it does. It is crazy. When you have weight loss surgery, like the way your body processes alcohol is nuts because alcohol just flows right through you. And on top of it, you just, I mean, you don't have any, well, at least for her, I would know, like the consequences went to nothing. So it's really hard. Like at least you pay for, like normally you know, as a person building up to drinking, like I was stunned to see the consequences go away. But she would also drink, so she could get really drunk on White Claws. She would go out, slam 4 of them while she was out in a few minutes, and then it would jack her up. And it is so easy to get that stuff. Like that was her main problem. The availability was just there and it was everywhere. And you know, with at least with like a drug addict, like if you have problems with pills or something, there's all these laws to prevent you from, you know, getting them. So at least it's work, right? But not with this stuff. Like with alcohol, there is the only limiter is age. And maybe at a place, if you get too rowdy or out of hand, they might force you to go home. But you can go to the gas station hammered as hell, and they'll give you more alcohol. Even if you're driving, they don't give you a fuck, you know, and they get their money. Well, I won't say all of them, but many of them don't care, you know. So, but yeah, Pickle Tank, that's crazy, isn't it? Travis thinks so too. I hate putting myself in this spot, but I have to. Hey, man, you know, you're recognizing your limits. Look, man, what you need, brother, is a better coping skill. Drinking is the thing that you're turning to for not just fun, but also for anything that's going on. You're turning to that, you know, because it's the thing, it's the comfort thing. It makes you feel good, you know. You gotta have you gotta develop some other skills too, brother. You need them. Love to you, brother. Janice, thanks for the 20 tug. I hate that you and I have discussed this. You've shown us what a wonderful human and dad you are to your girls. May all of you get through this with love and grace. May the girls' mother find and maintain life. Love you. I love you too. Appreciate that. That's an awesome thing to say. Thank you. You all are awesome and supportive too, you know. Deborah, thanks for the 5. Thank you for opening up and sharing your life. Well, I appreciate, like I said, I leave some of it on the cutting room floor, as it were. You know, I am going to leave some of it out because, again, there were more instances. There was a lot. Like I said, with court, I identified 28 instances that were bad, and I could prove happened. 28, and they happened within a 6 to 8 month thing. But you know, I see people all the time that tell other people, like, again, well, something's going on, just leave. Man, it ain't that easy, you know. And I ain't talking about emotion or any shit. I'm talking about, like, if you want to walk away, if you want to get your kids out of a situation, especially as a man. Like my ex, it's crazy. Even she talked about how crazy it was. Some of the stuff in the aftermath, she'd be like, yo, you know, it's messed up. They did this. Like, they allowed me to do this, or they allowed me to do that. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, yeah, it's fucked up, you know. It's wild. But Janice, thanks for the 10 there. Palm scum, fleece, and anti-czar make you address the situation. If their life was on blast about alcoholism, harm to loved ones, in rehab, they'd shite their pants. Oh, yeah. They, well, they love playing the victim. Again, they've been harassing a dude, though. You just remember, like in that situation I talked about, remember I had protective orders and everything else. And Jeremy Hales had one too. You know? And it didn't matter. It didn't matter. And I hope that, you know, again, it ain't about the person either. You know, they always turn it into well, we don't like this person. Who gives a shit? That ain't what it's about. Just nuts. You know, hey, Pickle Tink, thanks for the vibe. Do y'all think the keto brain's got my vision? Barely see my, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I don't want to tell you yes with something and it not be with that. I don't know. It's helped a lot with stuff. Again, I wear glasses and stuff, so I have no idea. But it has definitely made me feel sharper, like more with it. I don't want to advertise something as some miracle elixir, you know, but it has definitely helped with a lot. And I would not tell you that if I did not 100%. I mean, you all know how I feel about sponsors. I've turned down sponsors forever. I just decided to get one. I wanted a sponsor, number one, because of everything that happened, but also number two, I thought, you know, it's a good product. I'd heard so many good things and I wanted to try it. And let's just say the right people said something about it. And I thought, that would be good. But yeah, I mean, it can't hurt to try. I'm not saying for that, but man, for the energy and the cognitive process, I feel like sharper. I feel like my mind is working better. And to me, like, that is my greatest fear, losing my cognitive ability. I watched my grandma go through Alzheimer's, and that terrifies me, you know? So that's one of my greatest fears in life, is that I will lose my cognitive ability. So that alone, I think, is worth trying out. But I mean, try it out and see, again, you know, what it does help you with. Well, like I said, I don't want to tell you it will help with something and, you know, and be wrong either. I can just testify for what it has helped me with. And I've liked it. I was shocked that I like the taste of it too. I'm shocked. I like coffee with it. I can't believe I've never liked coffee. I've always fucking hated coffee. So for me to drink coffee, period, is such a bizarre thing to me. And it's not because it's like an additive, or, you know, I've tried milk and all that crap in it too. It's just, it tastes good with coffee as well. It's so bizarre. You know, that surprised me, but I don't know. I don't know. Travis, thanks for the 5 there. Brother, my life's in a spiral. I'm getting out of control with beer and drink, but I'm scared for my dad's cancer. And I know I shouldn't be fucking up this way. Dude, what you need is another, I'm telling you, coping skills is just a word, brother. It's just a word. But what it means is that it's the way that you handle stress. And your dad's situation is real. Man, I watched my stepfather, who was a father to me. I watched him die and die slowly. And I watched my stepbrother. I watched him with leukemia. I watched him die screaming, and it was such a horrible thing. It haunts me. So I understand, man. I get it. And at that time, man, I turned to substances and all types of stuff. I did all types of unruly, crazy, bad shit then, But, and I mean, I'm lucky I got out of it. So with it, I mean, I think you recognize that you're having a problem. And with that, brother, you need to, first of all, with your problems themselves, do you have a professional you can talk to? I mean that, like, you need somebody that's not connected to any of this stuff to just talk to, just to sit down and talk to and help you, like, find ways to stress manage. And it's okay to talk to other people, man. One of the things that took me so long and I fucked up on so much was I didn't tell people what I needed, back when. Like when my father was sick, I didn't tell people what I needed. I tried to keep it to myself, and it was very dumb. And I did a lot of dumb shit because of it. So that would help. And then finding other coping skills, brother. But man, I appreciate you. Bruce, thanks for the 37 months. It's someone from Norway got this from Keto. I'm unsure if customs. Do me a favor and write. And if you write Megan especially, you can write me too if you don't have her her email. But what we can do is we can ask the lady that is over, because again, it's a brother, sister, family company, and they probably will have answers where I don't. So if you would write me and write Megan, then I think that would help. Wanda, thanks for the 2 months there. Love you both. Hey, love to you too. Thank you, Wanda. Appreciate it. I know I've been forever on here tonight too. I apologize. I usually don't go this long. I'm just processing in my brain, Mama Rex. I like that. That's so funny. I love your profile too. Sending hugs from Australia. Well, love you. Appreciate it. I love that name though. Cynthia Fire Fairy. Thanks for the 18 months. I buy miniature toilet bonds and big cactus. That's hilarious. Giving to people. That's awesome though. I love it when people give me cactuses. By the way, if you live somewhere and you have weird cactus, like somebody sent me a totem cactus, for example. We don't have stuff like that, right? If you got some kind of weird cactus, send me one. For real. I'll plant it. I love them. I plant it with the girls. We love them. So if you got weird cactus that are there, send me some over. Janice, thanks for the 5 there. The fats need to stop with all the fuckery. Oh, they'll never stop. They're miserable people who rejoice in the pain. Hey, it's a payday for them. It is. Misery is their payday. 2012, thanks to y'all indeed. What's funny is people like 2012 were the first people that found out my aversion to the word y'all and used it in the way that it should have been used, to laugh and mock me. I love it. Thank you. Melissa, thanks for the 5. My sister has leukemia. She had her brains, used a cone. My birthday was the 2nd. I've been real sick, Colin. I get the short arm. So yes, you can have. First of all, let me give you love. For real. My brother, my stepbrother, he had leukemia, and it was a struggle. Now we didn't find out until it was advanced. So when I talk about that, we didn't have time to fight it. But you be strong, and you with Colin and everything, you like I said, you be strong. you know. And let me get you the short arm. Give me a second. I love this one. Happy, happy birthday from all of us to you. Giving you short arms because everything you should have it come true. Baby. Fascinating. I love it. I love that. But hey, love to you and prayers for you for sure too. William, thanks for the 5. Remember, you have 24 hours and 7 days to think about things. Well, that's true too. That is true. You know, tonight probably was a good thing to be able to talk about all this stupid shit too, to dump some of it off. I just, like I said, I don't like dumping it on a chat, you know. Like I said, you guys, that's not what this thing is for. And like I kept it shut down for a long time. But yeah, man, your mind runs all over, but you can, you know, with situations, you can also take your mind a different way. I found it's good. K-Rap, thanks for mine. Before YouTube changed handles, it was K, my initials, space Rab. Okay, Rab. Okay, so it was. If it changed, people would change it. People would know I am. LOL. So it was. I can't remember. I kept thinking you had a space or something, but for the life of me, you know, you've just been around for so long, okay, Rab, that I couldn't remember, man. You've been here forever, buddy. You know. Thank you. Sineg, thanks for the two. Ordered keto rats last night. Shipped today. Awesome, dude. Let me know what you think about it for sure. The energy thing alone is awesome. You know, I feel like I have energy, and it's not a jittery energy. It just is. And that's the interesting thing. A lot of, like, if it's substance related or something, you know, I get this jittery like a caffeine one. I don't feel like that. Blake, thanks for the 11 months. Love you. Must respect and praise. Thank you. Thank you, Blake. Hey, 11 months, man. Almost a year there. That's awesome. And much appreciated. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Clear as Mud? Hey, I really do appreciate you, Clear as Mud. I do. I don't feel like I tell you all enough. I try to tell you all a lot, but I don't feel like I tell you enough. I do appreciate you. Love to you. 2012, thanks. They remember Yellow Flash got so drunk he said Jamie Martin was on. Yes, I remember that. Oh Lord, those are fun streams. God, 2019, man, that was a crazy year. It reminds me how long I've been here too. That was really funny. Jack's mom, thank you for the gifted membership there. Thank you, Jack's mom. Much appreciate you too. Thank you. And it is great to see you too. And Jack's mom, hey, thanks for the 20. As a chef, I taught my son to cook early. It helped him a lot when he learned about fractions. Oh yeah, and yeah. Actually, the fraction thing, we've been learning about it with cooking too. Because my daughter, she asked me about like how many milliliters of a cup. I was like, okay. Then she asked me about how much is a fourth of a cup, how many milliliters. So we're walking through, you know, hey, that's a fraction right there. This is where real world fractions help you out. And it's easy because it's divided into fourth. So yeah, heck yeah. My ex was alcoholic. I can see why they want to honor you too on Mother's Day. I get Father's Day gifts from you. Yeah, the girls, they have, I want them to also give mom presents, but the girls, like especially the oldest is still, she's having trouble with all of it. She does. She has a lot of emotion. You know, it's day to day. And my ex is rebuilding her relationship with her, you know, but this consumed 4 years of our lives. You know, it consumed the build into, and the worst part, I mean, there were 6 months of really bad, maybe even 8, but there was a 2-year build that was not fun. It was bad. And then all of that, there was another 2 years of court shit, you know, so it was 4 years. I mean, when you're 12 and you've spent that much of your life, you spend a third of it and wrapped in this. I mean, it's rough. So but she's doing better. But anyway, all right. It has been a long stream tonight. I appreciate all of you that stuck. I mean, heck, we almost have 1,300 of you. We had over 3,000 people. I do not plan on, again, if another court document or something drops, then I suppose I would discuss it. I would say I don't think any of them are public, but, again, we dropped the major case. Again, there are some documents that, they're nasty, They talk about stuff. Mine are not very explicit. In filing it, the best approach in court is to try the case in court, but their lawyer just tried everything. So, like I said, if they get a hold of some of the others, we'll talk about them then. We'll talk about what's there. But like I said, even the ex, she wanted to, again, she got to the point where she saw that this was a problem, that the kids would not benefit from it at all. She didn't benefit from it all. Like, the only people who were benefiting were lawyers. And we just, I don't know. We just, we worked it out there. It took a while but like I said, she's still struggling. So if you do see her, she's online sometime. If you do see her, she doesn't haunt or deal with this stuff. These people have tried to make her. If she got involved in it, she'd be a bludgeon toward them. She would hate these people. She absolutely would. She would not help these people. She would fuck these people up for trying to mess with her kids, But anyway. And hey, Ray, what's up? Thanks for the 8 there. Hey, Tug, just wanted to catch you before the live ends. Your site is with us now. Thank God, brother. Thank God. And all up and running safe at house. That's awesome, brother. Yes, Ray, by the way, I want to give Ray some love over here. If you have a website and you need it done right, again, you can go somewhere and get some shitty build. You get some, some place they'll build you something for cheap, and you will get what you pay for. What Ray comes with, he not only makes a good build, but it comes with Ray. And Ray is the hardest working mofo I've ever seen. I love that dude. If you hire him for your stuff, it's like you hire a family member. He comes with it, and he is not satisfied until you are satisfied with stuff. He's always trying to perfect things. I love it. I love it. My website, I don't just have, like I said, I don't just have people who do stuff with me. I feel like I have friends, with like Megan I co-host with, Ray, the website guy. He is so much more. Dead Punk, we've been working on some stuff with a book, man. Dead Punk, I've known him forever, and I love that guy, and then the stuff goes on and on. Many of the mods, Laura, Rhea, I'm going to leave some of you out. I don't want to, so many of you are such good people. But anyway, I'm going to leave everything here. I kind of hate this stream in some way, but I will leave it up. My gut wants to take this stream down, but I'm going to leave it up. But anyway, I'm going to end here. I appreciate you folks, and I will see you.